Hey guys. All right. So here we are on the eve of Discovery. You just had to wait, didn't you, Requiem? Thank you for the 5 months, man. So we're still waiting. I keep going in each day and being like, man, we're gonna get something. Man, we're gonna get something. Man, we're gonna get something. I haven't got anything. But hopefully tomorrow's that day, because I don't think they'll showcase. I don't think that they're going to announce the DLC release, like the announcement, the actual announcement. So yeah, I'm hoping it's tomorrow. So yes, the next Warhammer thingy. That's the hope, at least. I don't think that they'll let the multiplayer tournament talk about it. I mean, they'll show it off, sure. That'll be the first look at the DLC, but I don't see why CA would allow them to take all that. Yeah, they've been very quiet about it, which is kind of annoying to me because, you know, I'd really like to know. But hey, whatever, you know what I'm saying? Whatever. Anyways, so as promised a long time ago, I wanted to make a YouTube series going over the intricacies of each of the factions, and give you guys a how-to to at least start things and stuff. But difficulty, legendary, always legendary. In fact, we're gonna talk about that tonight as well. So we're gonna start off with High Elves because they are the easiest, definitely the easiest to start into. Well, Nerfy, every time that somebody comes in and goes, how do you play X faction, instead of explaining to them, why don't I just show them a YouTube video? And there it is. The first one's going to be a Vortex. It's got to be Tyrion on Vortex, because anyone who would be starting out the game would be needing to play on Vortex first. This is designed for somebody who has never played this game before and doesn't know what they're looking at. And the whole point of this is to be educational. Okay? So the first campaign would be Vortex, High Elves, Tyrion. But after that, yeah, we just go down them. The rest of them will be Mortal Empires. Yeah, it'll be the Warhammer 1 factions as well. Yes. It'll be those as well. So, that's the whole point. It's supposed to be educational. It's not supposed to be, you know, hit all the campaigns for 3K? Easy. I mean, we're only not playing through every single campaign. It's just how it starts. You know? So, I mean, that's what? 14 factions? Something like that? Don't know what there is to teach elves. I mean, we're talking about every aspect of elves. We're talking about all the aspects of elves. All the aspects of elves. And this will be the same thing for Dark Elves, same for Lizardmen, same for Skaven, same for Empire, same for Vampire Counts. It's not just like, you know, oh, it's just Empire, it's just fucking Tyrion. Well, yeah, it's fucking Tyrion. But, I mean, the same rules are going to apply to the other factions. Exclamation mark YouTube. Whoops, sorry, Aunt Bambalam. Vlad is probably my favorite lord to play. So, give the people what they want in a Belikar long campaign. You know, I have done shit like that before. If that YouTube looks bare to you, that's because it is.
I fight for the greater good.
All right, so let's talk about these things. First of all, I'll be picking the Lord, which I think is a good starter Lord for every faction for you to play as. So, like, for example, when we're talking about Dark Elves, why would you not play Malekith when Malekith is, like, the default experience for Dark Elves? It's a very different experience for, like, say, Loki or Felhard. This is a series designed specifically towards giving you a taste of the faction and knowing what to look for in the faction, not, holy shit, his start is hard, how the fuck do you do that? Because if you know the basics, the rest is how you figure it out on your own. So, yeah, so that would be what we're going to talk about. So talking about each of the High Elves, we're going to go over Tyrion in detail, but he's got some pretty beefy bonuses, and this is why you would start him. This first campaign will only be Vortex. The rest of all the other campaigns will all be Mortal Empires, all of them. Okay, so let's clarify that. And it'll be Vortex because this is for anyone who's just picked up Warhammer 2 and is like, how do I play this game? This man is your man. He starts with, so his initial challenge is easy for a reason because he's got a lot of really cool stuff. His diplomatic relations with High Elves is going to be monstrous, as I'll show off later. The recruitment duration for infantry and cavalry units is insane. He allows you to have a very cheap starting army, which is going to be very crucial, as well as +3 recruit rank from Lothern Seaguard. It's a very flexible hybrid spear bow unit. Tyrion himself is a monster. Actually, I should talk about the High Elves as a whole. So High Elves have special, their unique mechanics besides just being a faction. Is that they have influence, which I'll explain a little bit more, but this influence allows them to manipulate diplomacy a lot more easily than other factions, as well as give them some very, very poggers lords and heroes abilities. Espionage, trade agreements allow line of sight, so they're allowed to see anything that's happening in other people's territory. It's very good reconnaissance. Knowledge is power. And being able to see all of those things happening in friendly territory about enemies, about friends, potential enemies, all that stuff is very powerful. It also allows you to be able to meet new factions. High Elves make a ton of money off of trade, so just by being able to trade to a faction and getting that line of sight allows you to see another faction that you can trade with. This is very, very important and very, very powerful for them. Martial prowess just means that when they are above, I think, 50% health, they get bonus melee attack, melee defense, something like that. We can see it more on the unit cards, that kind of thing, later on. Tyrion is going to be a melee lord, which is definitely the easier of the two to start out with because there's a lot less room for error with a melee lord than there is with a mage lord. However, speaking of mage lords, you have Teclis. If you've got big boy britches and you're ready to rock, then maybe give Teclis a chance. Teclis is probably top 3 casters in the entire game. He's definitely a huge mana battery. Any spellcasters in his army, and including himself, will just cast like mad. Give me a second. Teclis is going to start in the middle of fucking nowhere, surrounded by enemies, so he's a lot harder. He does, however, have the benefit of having half the diplomacy that Tyrion does with High Elves and with men, actually, which is not nearly as important for Vortex as it is for Mortal Empires. He does get some pimpin' ass mages, though. And, of course, 30% Winds of Magic Reserve, which I'll explain casting and shit as we go into things. There's Alariel. Alariel, I think you could go either Alariel or Lethanar as your average lord. Like, Tyrion's really, really, really good, but he kind of wears on you pretty quickly because he's really, really good, and that's kind of boring after a while. Alariel starts off kind of rough, but as I'll show later on with Ulthuan, she, I think, is probably the best overall lord if you want to start on Ulthuan. If you don't want to start on Ulthuan, then Lethanar is definitely more enjoyable. Unless you, again, big boy britches with Teclis. The bonuses are really, really huge, and the penalties are pretty huge. So this is actually a very interesting and pretty important mechanic. The Handmaidens is a hero unit, and the Rite of Isha is actually pretty powerful. I'll go over rights as we go into it. Lord effects is that she gives... actually a lot of bonuses for each settlement that she visits. So it's actually in your benefit to be visiting rough areas with Alariel specifically. And then the weakens as chaos grows stronger. It's really not that important. It doesn't actually do much. However, she does get bonus missile damage for Sisters of Avalorn and Handmaiden units, which are specific units. You can see the Sisters of Avalorn here that she starts with 1 unit of. And then you have Lethanar. Lethanar is, do you want to fight Dark Elves for eternity? He is a very, very good lord. He's basically all the bonuses of like a Skaven lord, which we'll talk about in a couple of days. But as a high elf, so he gets a lot of like bullshit that allows him to do some crazy, crazy stuff. He also gets Shadow Walkers and Shadow Warriors benefits, and both of those units are very good, very cheap options for Elite and R. Overall, if you were going to pick as a Lord, either a Lariel or a Lethan R, if you're bored with Tyrion, are definitely good. He can settle in the Wasteland, which is good for him for reasons I'll get into later. Global recruitment, because he's on the run a lot. He gets 10% bonus movement range, 50% upkeep for Shadow Walkers, which is very important, and the ambush success chance. He's the only one who can ambush. Unless you start as Lethan R, High Elves cannot ambush, which I will talk about later on in terms of stances. But we are going to go ahead and start with Tyrion.
I'm Tyrion.
And then show you what it would look like to start off with Tyrion. This will be on Legendary. The battle difficulty is very hard. If you're starting out the game new, definitely start it on normal or easy, whatever you feel comfortable with at first. It's going to look daunting. It's going to look scary and shit like that. But hopefully, after watching a little bit of starts and stuff, you can kind of get a feel for things, and you'll be ready to up that difficulty faster and faster. Tyrion is a great place to start out with if you feel comfortable with. The main thing is picking High Elves, because High Elves don't have any major glaring weaknesses in their rosters. Most of the units that High Elves have access to are good for another reason. You can watch this on your own time. I'm not going to bother. So that's the other part that I want to show about High Elves, is the fact that with High Elves, you can take pretty much anything that you see in High Elves and be, what is another faction that does that? I'd like to play as that.
Fellow Azure, rally to my banner.
Also, I'll be answering Twitch chat during this as well. They have a lack of artillery. The one artillery piece that they have is actually good, though. That's the problem. They have one good... It's only one artillery piece, but it's a good artillery piece. All right. So, first of all, let's talk about a few things. First of all, you start off with Lothern, which automatically starts with a... This is actually a port. It doesn't look like a port, but it is a port. This port is very powerful, which is going to make a lot of money. Any kind of major city that you would start on that would have a port or access to a gold mine or have any kind of good natural resources like that are going to be the easier campaigns, because ports make a lot of money. It doesn't really matter what faction you are. Ports make good money, except Tomb Kings. Ports make good money for pretty much everybody. So that's part of why Lothern is, why Tyrion is so good, is because he starts with Lothern. He starts with a big-ass port. So that's very important. Another thing important to watch out for, specific to High Elves, is going to be public order. Now, you'll see that on here, this is your public order details. I'm playing on Legendary, so it's going to be -8. So it's going to suck for a long time. However, on lower difficulties, it won't be quite so bad. You can really deal with this in a lot of ways, and I'm going to show that anyway, because you're typically going to need a couple of public order buildings no matter what faction you're playing, just to keep things under control in the higher difficulties. And once you get used to doing that, it's not that big of a deal. The other thing is going to be building walls, which I'll show off later on. But for a quick recap, build walls, build walls, build walls. Please, for the love of God, build walls everywhere. You'll see you later. Anyways, so as you can see, public order is dropping, and that is going to cause certain things. This is specific to High Elves. This is Creative Assembly's way of teaching you about public order and encouraging you to keep a public order. Because for every faction except High Elves, minus 99 public order and 100 public order do exactly the same thing. High Elves, that is not true. That's part of what makes Teclis a little bit harder, because it's harder to control his public order than other factions. So the goal with High Elves is going to be to crank up their public order as much as possible to get that taxation rate going at growth, all that good stuff, and keep that as high as possible. So that's something to pay attention to. Let's see. You at any time can look at the cities themselves and look at their garrison, which any any factional capital that you have, that's going to be most of your 10 slot provinces. This is what I'm referring to. This has 10, technically has 9 slots for building, but the 10th being the main city. you can actually scroll over it and see things that are going to have that, which I realize my camera's going to be blocking, is going to be like things that say like income from all buildings. Thank you, Curious Nature, for the 2 months. I appreciate that. You're going to see the 30% income from all buildings. That's a good sign that it is a provincial or is a factional capital. What I mean by factional capital is you'll see it more as we get into other buildings. The garrison is much stronger for a tier 1 city. That garrison is insane. I realize that that's a little bit gibberish to anyone who's starting the game, but trust me, this is a very scary garrison that you should always be kind of afraid of fighting. Going into that, you can check out the building browser at any time. You can check out the building browser at any time. I'll go over it a little bit more as we go. But the most important things to check out in the early game is going to be your growth, which is going to be this building. Every faction's got a growth building of some kind. For personal playstyle, and this is a personal decision, I prefer having high growth to get my cities to tier 5 faster. The faster you get to tier 5, the more money you potentially make, and the better military that you can potentially recruit. So I usually will rush a growth building or 2 sometimes, and usually have a commandment that encourages growth as well. If you are around 180 to 200 growth, you can chill out and just kind of let it tick up, on its own. You don't necessarily need to go overboard on things, but definitely 180, 200 growth is very healthy for a faction to have. And every faction has a different growth rate. Elves are a little on the slow side. The other thing is going to be your public order building. Not every public order building is going to look like this. Not every public order building goes up to tier 5 like high elves do. But this is going to be very key. There's a reason why it goes up to plus 12 public order, because high elves, unlike most other factions, do not get public order on their main capitals, or on their provincial capitals. Lothern itself is different. Lothern itself does get plus 3 public order, which I realize my camera is still blocking, but that is an exception to the rule. Otherwise, elves do not get one. As you can see, these are dark elf settlements. They have no growth on them, or have no public order on them. So there's that. Okay, let's talk very quickly about influence. So influence is going to be something that we're going to farm over the course of the game through a number of methods. One of those is going to be random events that are going to pop up. And then the other way is going to be farming through using a noble hero to secure influence against the settlement. I'll explain that a little bit later on. Just know that by using influence, you can do one of 2 things. You can either recruit better lords and better heroes, of which you can see your regular lords. High elves are an exception to this rule. High elves will always, if you do not spend intrigue, will always have a really bad trait. So for example, this guy is going to make less money doing what he would normally do in winning battles and sacking and looting and stuff like that, because you're not spending intrigue and things. This guy is going to have minus magic resistance for everyone in the army, and this does not change. This never gets better. Okay. So if there was a way to modify this later on, it wouldn't be such a big deal. But there is not. So it is important to pick a lord who is going to be good no matter what the stage, unless you just need a burner lord, in which you could ignore that. However, if you start spinning influence, on the other hand, they get good stuff like physical resistance, which is really powerful. You've got unit experience gain. You've got punitive, which is missile resistance, missile damage. I mean, these things are huge. Stuff that other factions do not get. So high elves have a drawback of that. You can either spend influence and get an amazing one, or you can not spend influence and get a terrible one. That's kind of the strategic decision to make there. So that's part of influence. The other part of it is to work with diplomacy, either improving relations or decreasing relations. Most of the time, you will want to improve relations because, 1, I'm pretty sure it's cheaper, and 2, you want to use it to encourage confederations, which is a way of absorbing absorbing territory without conquering it, basically annexing territory, and also to get trade agreements. Like I said before during the intro, high elves are very trade dependent. they make a ton of money on trade. So having as many trade agreements and producing as many trade goods as possible is key to having a very large, robust economy. And High Elves have a very robust economy. Not the most robust, but it's up there. It's definitely top 5 for sure, without a doubt. So those are the two main mechanics to influence. I will end up saving pretty much all of my influence for a very long time. I like to spend it when I need it. The other thing to look at is technology. Every faction has a different technology tree, and High Elves are not an exception to that. They are locked out behind buildings and having to spend a little money. We will construct the rally field, which is a basic military building, and be able to look and start getting into the more, deeper things. So each of these is going to be locked behind a building and then locked around a little bit of cash as well. The other thing that High Elves get to access is that they get access to trade advancements. This is a very interesting mechanic that they gave High Elves, which is that as long as you control a tier 3 building of a trade good producing building, you can research a technology and permanently unlock a bonus. You don't even have to own it. Like, once you had it once, that's it. That's all you ever needed again. And for High Elves, having that public order +2 for free, essentially for free, is incredibly powerful. As I said before, public order is going to be very important to them because it allows taxation, higher taxation for High Elves. So there's a direct correlation between public order and their economy. So very important thing to have. This is unique to High Elves, which is really cool, actually. Same thing for cultural advancements. There are some other things that are in here that are specific to, kind of unique to High Elves. Like, for example, being able to see all sea regions. So there's that. As promised, every faction I'm going to look at I'm going to talk about a couple critical technologies. High Elves are no different. The main core backbone of High Elves are their archers. Let me go ahead and look at these real quick. For the longest time, that was going to be Lothar and Seaguard. It was going to be their main backbone. Lothar and Seaguard are still a very strong unit, and still a unit that I would consider using highly, especially against High Elves or Dark Elves. However, in terms of just raw DPS and just outright dominance, Sisters of Avalorn have taken over that. However, that was a DLC thing. But anything that anything that benefits the Elves' ammo or reload speed or whatever is always going to be necessary for High Elves, and that is no different in the form of technology. So a main key technology to go ahead and pick up is where is it? There we go. Archery prowess. The reload time reduction is actually huge. Basically, just means how fast can you dump your ammo. The faster you're shooting, the more DPS you're doing. So always a good technology to have. A lot of these technologies will be very powerful for anything that is ammunition dependent. So for like Skaven, their artillery, dwarves, their correlers, whatever. Other factions, ammunition isn't quite so needed. But most of the time it's going to be a good thing. And High Elves are certainly no exception. They need every bit of ammunition they can possibly get and every bit of reload speed possible. So archery prowess is one of the main core technologies that we're going to make sure to get every single game. It's even going to be rushed. I'm going to pick that up pretty early. The other thing that you're going to want is monthly festivals. If you can get access to wine for High Elves, this is huge. You're definitely going to want that. Public order, again, economy. And furthermore, a little bit of healing is actually pretty powerful for them. High Elves do not have a very strong casualty replenishment. You might say, well, where can I see that? Really can't. There isn't any modifier that shows you how good their casualty replenishment. Through the course of just playing the game and feeling out factions, you can see how good their casualty replenishment. As stupid as it sounds, 5% is kind of a big deal to Elves. They do not reproduce very quickly in the lore, and that is mirrored by the fact that they do not replace their losses very quickly in this game. So those two are going to be pretty important. Furthermore, it used to be for sure rush this for Lothran Seaguard. We used to use a core group of Lothran Seaguard. Pretty much every army had 6 to 7 units of Lothran Seaguard. This isn't so much the case anymore, but it's still very important. So the upkeep for Lothran Seaguard is going to be important, and so is precise fletching. This is also very core. As I said before, missile damage, ammunition, reload speed, all that stuff is core to how High Elves play. So it is very important that you rush these technologies, as these are going to be a core foundation of doing well with High Elves. I think that's all like the major shit. There's of course good stuff in here otherwise that you'll want to get, but like I said, these are your backbones for the High Elves as an army. Let's see. This game is a bit of an RPG. Hi, Jinderho. I know I'm ignoring Twitch chat a little bit, but I also want to like focus and get as much information in one concise go. So I apologize, guys. I'll chat a little bit more as we go on. This is still an educational either way. I'll try to pay attention to questions, but I assume since we're playing High Elves, there won't be that many questions. Every lord is going to look something like this. We're going to have a big ass tree. As a core rule, I don't think really any faction deviates from this, except for odd situations, and I'll go over those situations. But 95% of the time, your first 2 points are going to be in Inspiring Presence and Route Marcher. This is going to be pretty much every faction. This is going to be pretty much every faction is going to want these in the first couple of levels. And then we're going to focus on the red line. This is what we call the red line. You can see the little red indicator here. This will all light up whenever he can level up and stuff anyway. Tinderho is trolling. Anyways, the red line for lords is very, very important because this is basically how much damage your army is going to do extra. So broken down, this is going to be how much extra damage your lord can do, how much extra damage your army can do, and then other campaign effects and stuff like that. Thank you for the follow. This is just campaign stuff. The most important part is going to be the red line, because if you think about it, in your army, you can have a total of 19 army units, right? So theoretically speaking, taking points in this is buffing, 95% of your army as opposed to 5%. Okay? So, that is important. For elves, as I said before about ammunition, reload, and all that good stuff, Bowmaster is important. This is going to be something we're going to take on every single lord that we get. Because there's never going to be a chance for High Elves to not be using archers. Their archers are just too good not to include. Unless you're doing like an all-dragon late-game meme army. Otherwise, every balanced army is going to include a lot of archers. Probably anywhere from 5 to 7 units, at least. So Bowmaster is always going to be important to take. From there, we're probably going to end up doing combined elites, but I don't know yet. That's not as important. The important part is the Bowmaster. There's usually one point that every army wants to take no matter what, because it's good. And then after that, you can kind of customize what you want to specialize in. So, for example, early game armies are probably going to pick up combined elites, because you're going to want that melee defense for spearmen, basically any of your shitty troops. Whereas late game, you're going to end up picking things like Master Strategist. If you had a flavor army, or something that heavily or was heavy in, let's say, dragons, you'd want Sky Master. If you really wanted a lot of Dragon Princes and Chariots, you could always do that stuff. So, all that good shit. The core one is going to be Bowmaster. The other thing that everyone has access to in some way, shape, or form, except
Oh,
for I think a couple factions,
yeah.
is Lightning Strike. Lightning Strike is a very, very powerful ability that I probably will not be able to show off in these intro videos. However, later on in my own campaigns, I'll be able to show off how powerful Lightning Strike is. Basically, Lightning Strike is the only way to, on the campaign map, manipulate combat options and allow us to take fights in smaller bites and therefore survive much longer. In between each fight, you also refill ammunition. You refill all of your magic, your regen cap, all those things. So fighting smaller battles is often much, much, much better than trying to just kick the shit out of like 3 armies at one time. Could you do it? Sure. Is it a lot harder? Also, yeah. If you're learning the game, Lightning Strike is very important. I would lean towards getting Lightning Strike, and then once you know what you're doing, don't take Lightning Strike in him. Up to you. Let's see. Anything else? I think that's just the core fundamentals of High Elves to start off with. If you are indeed playing the Vortex campaign, this is your first time playing the game, I would highly advise this is going to be your Vortex thing. It will kind of explain to you over the course of the tutorial what's happening. I would ignore the rituals. I am playing on Legendary, so they're going to fill up their bars much faster than somebody on normal or hard or whatever. But I would ignore the rituals until you are in a strong position to go ahead and complete them. When you start rituals, you're going to spawn in enemy armies. And those enemy armies are usually pretty powerful. And so it doesn't make much sense to be fighting a very desperate fight and only to spawn in more armies that you're going to struggle against. Or spine. So I would ignore these until much later. I was about to say something about this, and I can't remember what it was now. Oh, a core, I guess, philosophy in Total War in general is the concept of momentum. During any of my starts, I'm going to show off what I think to be the best start at any given point, and in that attempt to try to gain as much momentum steamrolling into mid and late game. Just like an empire, a firm foundation is going to be the biggest empire. And so during the first 50 turns or so, a lot of decisions are very important. Later on, may not matter as much, but early game army positioning, what cities are getting fortified, where you're putting your money, all these things are very, very important decisions to make. So because of that, that's why I'm going to show off the beginning of these campaigns, and also advise that you just ignore rituals, because if you do ritual, you may survive that ritual even without many losses. The whole concept is to continue momentum, push momentum. The faster you gain momentum, the faster you get more money, more empire. More cities, stronger armies, all those things. The faster and faster victory is going to come. As well as your enemies are not going to be able to do anything to you. That's an important concept to understand right off the bat. Okay, so now that I've explained basically High Elves and everything that's good about them, I'm going to show like first couple of turns. So first of all, upgrading your major city. That's going to be really fucking important. On Vortex, the starting army is going to be a lot stronger than on Mortal Empire. So Mortal Empire, you could usually do a turn 1 battle. On Vortex, that is not usually the case. So we're going to start with Tyrion, and we're going to start recruiting a couple units. We do, by the end of Tyrion's army, want to have roughly about 6 or 7 archers. So we're going to start that trend now by getting a front line first of spearmen, but slowly adding in archers. And the archers themselves, the reason why the High Elves have such good archers is partly because of their incredible range. 180, I realize that doesn't mean anything to you as just looking at the number, but that is their range. To compare that, your average archer has roughly about 140 to 150. So having 180 means that they can just do crazy amounts of shit. before the enemy ever gets to react. So that's part of what the core of high elves is being able to outrange and start damaging your opponents before they ever get a chance to do the same to you. We did Man of the Month for this. I said a long time ago, Arch Magnus, that I wanted to make a YouTube series for this. So that is what we're doing tonight. So that's where we're going to start.
Alaria.
Okay, the other thing to do is the diplomacy screen. Turn 1, you could do a lot of diplomacy with high elves. Remember that Tyrion himself gets a bonus 20%, or I'm sorry, plus 20 relations with high elves. And so because of that, we can immediately go and talk to various high elf factions and immediately get into their good graces, which is going to be very important to our economy and to solidifying. The goal is going to be early game is to control this whole donut looking thing. This is all of high elf territory, starting high elf territory. This island is their dream. Okay, so it is going to be our goal to conquer this whole island. Luckily, high elves confederate or annex each other very commonly. And so that is going to be our main goal, to get more and bigger armies, getting more territory. It's just confederation. Part of that is going to be having good alliances. Now, having actual military alliances can be kind of a trap because they'll get you into wars that you don't want to be in. The AI is pretty unreliable, and usually you're going to need to focus on yourself and what is good for you. Ultimately, your victory is what matters. There is no allied victory or anything like that. It is your victory. And so the AI will often try to manipulate you into joining military alliances before you're really ready. When you own 30 or 40 cities and have a bunch of armies, then you can start considering military alliances that won't screw you over. But right off the bat, alliances are going to be a huge, huge trap. So do not get military alliances unless you absolutely must. And even then, carefully consider why you are getting said alliances. However, the rest of this we can definitely get. So a non-aggression pact, a trade agreement, and military access. Now, it is important to note with any of these agreements that if you wish to break any of them, there is a mandatory 10-turn limit of breaking them, and then declaring war or trying to get I guess just declare war, actually. Mandatory 10 turns. So we're going to have to be cautious about who we get who we get treaties with, because if we want that territory by conquest, it's better to just not sign agreements rather than be like, okay, now I'm ready. Oh, wait a minute, I have to break these agreements first, because we want to always keep our reliability at very high. If your reliability ever dips below very high, the AI is it's practically impossible to get any kind of agreement out of the AI, even if said agreement would be hugely in their favor. And we're talking just like stupid agreements, things that no one would actually make in their right mind. The AI will still not agree to because you are considered unreliable. So this is the only guaranteed way to get our way with anyone. So we want to always make sure, be very cautious about diplomacy. However, I don't plan on conquesting these guys. So we're going to go ahead and offer all of these things. Notice the important things in here is they're going to have various keywords, okay? I'll show you another example before we offer this agreement. So he's just Guardian, which is that anyone who lands on Ulthuan gets killed, and that diplomacy is very important to them. Contrast that with somebody like, let's say, Calidor. As you can see, Calidor is very unfriendly with us. They have Condemn Aversion. Aversion is basically a hardwired trait into a number of factions that cause them to not want to be friendly with other factions, especially their own faction. These factions are always going to be much harder to get any kind of agreements with, and are usually going to be the ones that you're going to want to kill. So, in the conquest of things, probably going to be killed. Joel, thank you for Twitch Prime, man. Is Aversion lore related? Not necessarily, no. There are some cases where that is true, but usually no. It's just something that CA put in there to shake up campaigns. So that, every game you're not best friends with Midland as Empire, and every game you're always fighting Marienburg. Sometimes you're friends with Marienburg, sometimes you're not friends with Marienburg. It's ways to make it so that not everything is always going to be the same. I think we switch mine. Anyways, so because of this, we are probably not going to be friends with them. Because this makes it automatically much more difficult to be friends with them. So we're going to aim first for the factions that we can be friendly with. For example, these guys.
Our great king.
So we're going to go ahead and get all those agreements again.
What do you wish to
This is
discuss?
turn 1. Remember, we've done practically nothing.
As you say.
And there are 3 agreements right there. Now, as a passive of High Elves, remember, High Elves get to see now whoever they're trading with. So we didn't know who these guys are up here. However, because we are now trading with Yavris, we can see and talk to these factions.
God, a dignified visitor. Such a rare treat.
Which is not actually them. We would be talking to
You
Klothiek.
may approach and
Klothiek is right here. Klothiek, as you can see, is weary. So it is possible they'll turn me down. Yeah, I think they will.
A foolish suggestion.
So we might still be able to get a trade agreement.
Of course.
So get a trade agreement. And possibly a non-aggression.
Quite impossible.
Okay. Trade agreement's fine. Because again, we get this vision of their land, which allows us to talk to Trace
Defender
now.
of the Ever Queen.
Trace, on the other hand, likes us. They
Welcome, fellow
are probably quite agreeable.
What would you wish to discuss?
Trade agreement, military access.
Most astute.
Boom. Okay. Safri?
We hold the court of
Safri again, weary.
State
Doesn't really
your
like us
business.
very much. Trade agreement?
Of course.
Still possible.
Unlikely.
Trade agreements are pretty important for High Elves, remember. Remember, High Elves
Defend
want trade.
requests would you make of the Phoenix?
We can try to be friendly with
Certainly
Valyrian.
not.
How can
And
we be
then
thankful
Kalador is
that the
definitely not going to
Asura
offer
are a
anything.
civilized.
So, turn 1, without doing anything, we've done literally nothing other than move to our capital and begin recruiting units. And we already have 3 trade agreements and non-aggression pacts. Just like that. Notice most of them are also going to be up this coast here. So, with that being said, because we're friendly with this coast, we are probably going to be able to make alliances and confederate with them later on. Whereas this side is going to be pretty unfriendly with them. Notice Kalador didn't want anything to do with us. Same with Illyrian. So we're probably going to end up beginning to conquest those after we deal with our troubles at home, which are the Dark Elves, or the sworn enemies of High Elves. So the first goal is going to be pretty much always reunite your home province, which, as you can see, is Lothern. And we need to take back Glittering Tower and Tower of Lysin. So that's going to be the kind of pecking order that we're going to go into things. But first we want to go ahead and grab this.
Never. Shield against
Might
the
actually
darkness.
change this. I don't remember what I've done before. As long as we're recruiting in the
Champion
province,
of the Ever Queen.
yeah, this is the better option. We're going to recruit right here, and we're going to go take out Tower of Lysin. I don't think there are any more units up here. Actually, we could tell based on power projection. Power projection is going to be this bar here. So they have a pretty large bar, so I'm going to guess they have another army somewhere baiting up there. So I might have made a mistake, but we can still retreat, so it's not a big deal. This was going to set us back a turn. Okay. That was a lovely turn 1. It only took us less than an hour. Is it possible to respec a hero or lord? Not without mods, no. There are mods if you're interested in modding the game. There are mods that allow you to do that. However, currently the vanilla version of the game does not allow that, no. So it is important to make decisions, make proper decisions. This game does require a little bit of forethought with some things, so that's just one of those things you gotta get used to. That's true, Grimwist, but usually it's not a huge deal.
Ridiculous. What orders?
I have a feeling that he's gonna try to back up.
Ill-considered.
Oh, crossing this is a problem for him. Okay,
Tyrion,
cool.
heir of an
All right, so let's go ahead and fight the Tower of Lysin.
For my queen. Ulf one.
Okay. First of all, let's talk about a couple of things. So this is the balance of power. This is
They must
theoretically,
die.
if you were to auto-resolve, what your
Kill them
losses
all.
would be. Okay? Even would be, you know, really heavy losses on both sides. Probably a good chance that you'll win. This
Deliver
is more or
them to
less,
their
what,
ancestors.
60-40? Balance of power is lying. Balance of power is always lying. It's something that I won't get into details about. But
They
unfortunately,
must die.
they are updating it for Three Kingdoms.
Deliver them to
And
their
in Three
ancestors.
Kingdoms, they're making it a bit more realistic. Basically,
Kill
there's a
them
lot
all.
of math here that isn't actually true.
Deliver
You do not
them
get
to
the
their
hero, no,
ancestors.
Grimwhisp. No, you do not. Maybe in the tutorial. it does.
Our blood for Cain.
Anyway, so this is lying. We're going to win this a lot easier than this, and that's because of a couple of things.
Bring me battle.
Unfortunately, I wish I could say, like, oh, well, pay attention to balance of power because, you know, that's a good way to indicate whether or not you're screwed. Unfortunately, it's not a good way. And there are circumstances that I'll run into battles and be like, I've got this shit. And, well,
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
and yeah, it is. It's a problem. Also, for the future of these videos, I think I'm going to go down the line for Mortal Empires. So I think tomorrow is Lizardman. This is April 3rd, or the evening of April 3rd, my local time. So we don't know yet what the new Lizardman Lord is going to be. But I'm hoping to have great news tomorrow in talking about Lizardman. I hope. I don't know. Maybe we'll find out Saturday. I don't fucking know. I'm not going down every single Lord, Arch Magnus. I'm going down with the Lord that I think is the best to start off with. Because if you've never played a faction, recommend skipping Lizards' Caven now. No, because I want people to be, if they decide to pick up the DLC, to be able to know how to play the faction. I mean, just because the new Lords are going to have new flavor does not mean that, you know, the faction as a whole is going to completely and totally change.
Heir of Anarion.
I mean, even though Crone exists, and the same thing for like Elith and R, just because they exist does not mean that their playstyle changes drastically. Anyone know when they're announcing? God, I wish.
Eagle Claw.
I fucking wish. I've been waiting since release to get a full Lizardman roster.
Archers.
All right, so this is going to be a pretty basic setup. I don't do big fancy formations. You can definitely check out other YouTube videos for more fancy formations, but you know, if it's not broken, don't fix it. You know.
Spearman.
Tyrion does start with a bolt thrower, and that's very important for artillery because the AI is programmed to walk into you if you have artillery. So, for their one piece of artillery, the Elven bolt thrower is actually really fucking good, surprisingly enough. So it has two shots. It has an anti-large version, which is garbage, and then it has an infantry round that is amazing. The important thing about the infantry round is two things. One, it does not get kills. It does incredible amounts of damage, but it does not get kills. That's not the important part of it, though. The point of it is that it's doing massive amounts of damage, and then your archers clean up the rest. Okay, it's fantastic for softening up units. Second of all, oddly enough, and we can actually see an example of this, a main mechanic in this game that you're going to need to learn, especially when dealing with High Elves and Dark Elves, is that they have shields. A lot of units have shields. Okay, there'll be either a bronze shield or, in this case, a silver shield. You can mouse over it and to see exactly what that shield is going to do. For silver shields, it will block 55% of all small arms fire in a 90-degree arc in front of it. Okay, so basically anything that is looks like this bow arc kind of.
Without
Oh,
fail.
also quick tip for any of any of you out there: hold spacebar, and you can turn on all this information. If you're wondering why your game doesn't look like mine, hold spacebar, open this bitch up, and start clicking buttons till it looks like something that you like. I like as much information on the battlefield as possible. Some people like a minimalistic view of things. I think for streaming for sure, and especially when you don't understand how the game is played, you should have all the information available to you as possible. Things like their health bar is this green bar here. The gray bar is their leadership, which whenever they fall below a certain threshold will flee. The, I don't know, brown, orange bar, whatever, yellowish bar is ammunition. And then the legs is their vigor. Vigor determines a lot of things, but most importantly is you want to keep it high as possible. That's the long and short of it. It's complicated math, but the important part is you keep it high. Okay. Anyways,
We will obey.
about silver shields. Silver shields block small arms fire in a 90-degree arc in front of them, right? The rounds, the multi-shot rounds on the Elven Bolt Thrower does not count as small arms fire. So this does full damage to silver shielded units. That is very, very important because we're going to be fighting a lot of silver shielded archers, and usually through the course of the battle, we're going to be dueling archers against each other. Okay. As I will show you here in a second. Anyways, we're going to keep the Phoenix floating in the back, and then you're going to also group and put on guard mode. Guard mode means that whenever you target a unit and tell it to charge or tell it to shoot or whatever else, it will not leave that position if that unit leaves its range of engagement. Okay? So, for example, if I put this unit on guard mode and I tell it to charge, wherever it meets its unit to charge, that is where it will stay. It will not chase. It will not do anything else. This is very important for concise battle lines, okay? Especially for archers, because then they'll be like, oh, I'm shooting this unit. Oh, okay, well, I'm just going to keep on walking, and then get themselves in melee. You don't want them to do that. You want them to stay exactly where they are. So toggling guard mode on is very important. And then Big Dick Tyrion. Tyrion is an amazing fighter. I realize that these stats don't look necessarily great because they don't mean much to you, but know that these are exceptionally high stats on level 1 Lord. So he's going to be the bread and butter of the game later on. Right now, though, he's kind of mediocre. Okay. The first thing, we're going to have the bolt throwers begin softening up archers. The goal here is to have our archers beat their archers, and then we don't have to worry about anything else because the archers are going to be the major DPS part of this battle. You see the bolt throwers have 0 kills, but they're already beginning to soften up. The important thing to remember about artillery is that you will want to have multiple batteries of artillery in order to do something, to do meaningful damage in a specific amount of time. One piece of artillery is not really going to cut it. There are very few exceptions to that rule, like the Queen Bess for Vampire Coast is one of those. As you can see, by having focus fire by the archers, we're just crumbling them. It is a little choppy, yeah. I'm dropping frames for some weird reason. No, I'm dropping FPS for some weird reason. I'm sure that's going to look great on YouTube.
Without question.
AI is programmed to go towards flanks. You see how they're wanting to focus over here? Shut up, Requiem. Okay, we're going to bring in the Phoenix to blobs like this. Phoenix causes terror. It's going to make it a lot easier for us to get through this. And we're going to fly over a bunch. Oops. Just like that. Our auto resolve. 60-40 losses. No, it's actually my processor, Requiem, but thanks for asking. Remember, no damage, no kills, but that's not the part that matters for that bombardment. That's what this series is for. It's going to be a YouTube.
Ancestors be praised.
So by playing out the battle, not auto-resolving, 46 losses, very, very easy. You can recover most of that in a turn. Okay. I did not talk about that. As Twitch Chat has brought out, it is important to realize that most of the game you're going to be outnumbered. And so using every tactical advantage that we have, most notably good fire discipline, is going to be important. Same thing for why later on we're going to use multiple uses or multiple bolt throwers, because we want to soften them up as much as possible before they ever reach us in the first place. Anyways, as a starting
We
settlement,
have captured it.
90% of the time, I will always occupy. There are a couple factions will
You
loot and
wouldn't
occupy or
dare.
sack or whatever else, but this is a home settlement. We are automatically going to have a conquest penalty no matter what happens.
This place is ours.
So you're going to suffer a little bit. We could get rebellions from them. This is why we need to
Occupy
manage
this
public order.
place.
Manage public order.
The gods are pleased.
We want territory,
Champion.
and as
the
much of it as
Everqueen.
possible. Okay. Where I said Tyrion early on, we're going to go down the red line. So we're going to start with with Inspiring Presence. Make it a little easier so that we don't retreat or we don't break and shit. I'm going to go 2 and 1. Oops. Okay, so Tower of Lyson. Now, a lot of people will talk about how in the minor cities, these will always go up to a tier 3, right? And so it would make sense to put buildings that can only go up to tier 3 in these slots. This is intelligent, and this is something that you should do later on. However, early game, you're going to be wanting to put generally all of your military equipment in your highest building or your highest settlement, and that's going to be your capital. So to start off with, we're going to keep the militia camp and going up to the war hall in our main city of Lothern. However, later on, when you've got the ability to start moving buildings around and stuff like that, you're going to want to have these slots allocated for your higher tiered things. You know, things that can only go up there, things that can only be built here. Things like that, that's what we're going to want the rest of these slots for later on. But to start off with, we're going to keep this militia camp here. We're going to go ahead and tear that down.
Shield
The
against
recruiting
the
with Tyrion.
darkness.
It's important to check diplomacy every couple of turns, especially when you're fighting a faction that the other factions around you hate. So in our case, we're fighting Dark Elves, and all High Elves hate Dark Elves. So it's very easy to get on people's
What
good
would
side,
you ask of the Asa?
because as you can see, we have military actions against Cult of Excess. Just like that, we're getting more and more good relations with a faction, simply for doing something. We can go ahead and offer them a non-aggression, which I think they'll
Unwise.
regret, or the not take. So, diplomacy, keeping track of diplomacy is an important thing. A lot of people shit talk diplomacy with good reason, but it is still an important mechanic of the game. Hi, Randy. Head to Mago. We're doing teaching and stuff, so I'm not talking as much. It's just strapping. Okay, based on prior experience, my guess is they're going to attempt to cross that gap.
ill-considered.
It won't actually make it though. As you can see, this is if you click on an army, you can see their theoretical movement. Is the reason you build military main settlement early because you want to rush walls and grow some smaller ones? Yes. And also because we want access to the best military we can possibly get. We're always going to be making Lothern, it's always going to be one step ahead of the other settlements. So it's going to be a tier 2 now. The other settlements are going to be then a tier 2. Then it's going to be a tier 3, and the rest of them are going to be tier 3. So we want to rush military units as quickly as possible. Oh, thank you, Tamago. It's been a while since I've streamed, so you don't have to worry too much about not catching me. Okay. I think we're going to do growth in one and public order in the other one. I think I want growth first. But basically I'm saying because once we're gonna get Glittering Tower, and it for some reason is not a port, oddly enough. Once we get that, I'm gonna put public order in that city. We're probably gonna have 2 public order buildings. We're probably gonna build one in Lothern as well. We're also gonna build one in a minor city because having high public order for Elves, as mentioned earlier, is very important. Starting off though, I think we're gonna get growth.
Champion of the
The higher the growth we have, the faster we're going to get into the big boy stuff. I'm going to go ahead and continue to recruit units. And in theory, they are not going to recruit.
Never.
Either they're going to be brave, cross this, and we're going to kill them here, or we're going to cross down to Glittering Tower and make them take a couple of turns to get to Tower of Lysine. I don't think they're going to actually be able to take Tower of Lysine, but it's not a big deal if we lose it early. Later on, you want to avoid losing cities as much as physically possible. However, early on, it's not as bad. We're going to try to get a 20 stack as quickly as possible. Interesting. I didn't think they had the movement range for that. I don't know why one had the movement range and the other one didn't. Oh, whatever. Doesn't matter. So we're going to be okay. This is daunting. This is a little scary, but we've got some secret dwarven techniques that have been taught to us over the generations of how to deal with being outnumbered by enemies. The important part here is that they have pretty minimal archers. Their crossbow, the Black Ark Corsair handbows, are not very good. And the crossbowmen they have are only 3, whereas we have 6, because we also have 2 from the garrison. So we're going to be able to outnumber and shoot them, and that will allow our front line to hold long enough so that they don't start breaking by being outnumbered in the front, and then the archers can start taking over and doing the damage and stuff. So this is not actually that scary. It's going to be a little scary for a little while. But especially on lower difficulties, this is definitely a winnable battle for sure. Auto-resolve, of course, is going to tell you no. The important thing to note here, though, is that this reinforcing army switched to march stance. This is important for 2 reasons. One, they're going to be reinforcing the battle, which means they're going to start off-screen and slowly come in. Okay. The other thing is, because they're in march stance, they're permanently exhausted, which means they move much, much slower. And they also have their leadership broken much more easily. And furthermore, if they lose this battle, that entire army gets wiped out. You want to always be careful about putting your armies in march stance. Although you get better movement range, if you lose a battle in march stance, that's it. The whole army goes no matter what. So, unfortunately, the AI does not plan that out very well. Which means that basically the most casualties that we inflict on this first army is going to be the only casualties that actually really matter. We just need to win the battle and inflict as many casualties on this first army as possible. The second army gets wiped out regardless. So its losses don't matter as much. So if we can kill most of this army, we're going to be in a very, very good position. Thank you guys for just chilling out and being patient and stuff and allowing me to do this tonight. And actually for the next couple of nights as well. So here's the thing. If you've got superior range as a faction, you want to allow that superior range to take over. So as you can see, we're going to start back. And again, we have firing arcs on. So you can see exactly where they are. If I were to turn this off, you could see that. So it's a lot cleaner on the battlefield. But I like having firing arcs on at all times. It gives me an idea of what exactly we're setting up for or what we're running up against. And so here, we're starting as far back with the bolt thrower as possible while still starting the battle immediately out within firing range. It's important because if that happens, the AI is programmed to automatically begin marching towards you. And we're going to abuse that fact.
Archers!
Anytime that we can get the AI to react in a predictable manner is going to be very good for us. This does not do well for my battle lines. Holy shit. Okay. Well. Maybe we do.
Acknowledged. Without fail.
They've got good range. We might be okay here.
Oh, yeah.
Smith, thank you for the follow.
Archers. We will obey.
Yeah, these are garrison units, so they are completely expendable. We don't care. They're going to recover no matter what. Our armies, the actual army's losses are going to be a little bit more worrisome. It is possible that, although we can't deploy here, it's possible that they'll attempt to flank with the cavalry on this side. So you want to watch this flank with these couple of spearmen and try to intercept them somewhere in this gap here. More likely closer to here. We do not want them to run into archers. If this is impassable terrain, which it looks like it is, then the cav will not be able to pass through here. So this is technically like a wall. Imagine this is a mini wall. Same thing on this side. We're just going to have to watch our flanks. Make sure they don't get chewed up too much by cav or by ranged. And then Tyrion. You could really realistically put Tyrion anywhere in the front line. It doesn't really matter. In fact, Tyrion might actually be better towards the edges because that's usually where the AI is programmed to hit. It's programmed to hit your flanks. Same thing with the Phoenix. We can put the Phoenix pretty much wherever we want.
Archers. We will obey.
I'm going to group these archers separately.
It will be done. Archers, acknowledge.
We're going to group them separately
Archers.
so that I can choose new targets. We have talked about guard. Yes. Also, I apologize. I don't know why I'm using screen. Oh, you know what? I better know. There we go. Yeah, that's a little better. Okay, that makes sense. Okay.
Eagle claw.
We're gonna start focusing on there.
One.
So you can see their reinforcing army is just now joining the battlefield, and they're way back here. That means that we're going to have the most amount of time to butcher this army before they even enter the battlefield, like realistically.
It shall be done. Acknowledged. Understood.
And you see the
Spearman. Advance.
cav is coming around the side here.
For duty. Ready the artillery. For Asaurian.
I'm going to focus fire these guys first.
Archers. Ancestors.
You see, under concentrated fire and no shields,
Battle loses its savor.
these guys die very, very easily. This is very important because this is where the main DPS of the army is going to come out of. It's going to be their archers. We want to always win our archers against their archers.
For my lady. As you say. Heir of Anarian. Eagle claw. Acknowledged. Attack. Without question. Understood. Orifan.
Look at that cav go. Oh, okay.
For Assyrian.
Neat trick.
Loyal, as you say.
I probably should have braced them and had them just facing.
Loyal.
But that's okay. 2 units of anti-large are going to take care of the cav, no problem. Tactically speaking, that was not a great decision, but I don't think it's going to matter too much. Okay, we didn't have them on guard mode, so we're going to force them into a really bad position because they have no room to maneuver now. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and use the terror of the Phoenix to our advantage.
Eagle Claw. Understood. Oreo. To battle.
Orders received.
Okay, the purple circles around the Dark Elves is Murderous Prowess, which means they've just got a lot tankier and a lot deadlier. That is a factional specific thing to High Elves, or to Dark Elves, pardon me.
Seal.
So when that happens, we're going to be in a little bit more tough time. In close battles, that's going to be really bad. Good luck, Joe.
Heir of Anarian.
And now we don't want the bird to get stuck fighting this stuff. See how just that one artillery piece is just tying them up because they're getting shot. They don't really know what to do about that.
Spearmen. Quickly now. Archers.
Orders received. Archers.
I go. Striking form. Onwards to victory.
Actually, now charge it. Now the Phoenix does cause terror, and that's very important. See the skull and crossbones there? That means that they just kind of break instantly when they're losing battle or combat like that. Any kind of sharp drops in HP like that is going to cause them to flee. Basically, if like you were in a group of guys in a modern day military situation, or a grenade goes off, there's a lot of fear and panic involved at the sudden loss of life. That's pretty much what terror does.
Loyal. For all flight.
Remember, we're going to focus on archers, so they do have hand bows.
This fight is lost.
Understood.
Heir of Anarian. Spearmen.
Oops.
Onward.
We're on a solid, nice solid line. It should be over pretty quickly.
Eagle Claw.
Oops.
We will obey.
Assure warrior.
Tyrion's a little too eager.
For our ancestors.
It will be done. Seal. Assure. Attack.
We're pretty much ignoring the lords here because their ranged damage is not really that great. 61 kills, they've done probably triple that if they're actually engaged in melee. So having them out out like that is actually good news for us.
I go.
I know it sounds silly that we're not fighting their lords, because usually killing a lord means that we're going to win way faster. But in this situation, breaking the army is a lot easier. We don't really have, besides Tyrion in a duel, we don't really have good options for killing lords. So I'm not really interested in trying to sacrifice a lord or sacrifice units to try to soften up a lord. we could just break the army instead. We've still got ammunition for a couple of
It will
units,
be done.
so we've got more than enough ways to finish this battle off.
We go apace.
Which is right now, actually. You'll see that all of their bars drop to 0, and then they'll all break and flee. I don't know why I didn't do just a big victory. Now, you don't necessarily have to end the battle immediately. Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Oh, there. That was weird. Anyways, in situations like this, they'll flee and still get shot by units. All of these losses are going to be automatically recorded. So if we had ended the battle, this unit would have ended with whatever 30, 40 units it started out with. Now it only has like 1. And then units that drop below a certain threshold of certain threshold of models is automatically disbanded. So that now is going to be permanently disbanded. I don't know why my audio is now off. So as you can see, the total of that, we had what, a 30% chance, 40% chance or so of a victory there, and we lost about 400 troops as opposed to 350 as opposed to their almost 1,300 troops. Oh, Dawnstone. Dawnstone gets physical resistance, which is really good, which mitigates 15% of all physical damage. As you can see, not a crazy amount of losses, although our bolt thrower did amazing damage. These are chevrons. The more experienced things get, the faster that they... for archers and stuff like that, it's going to be the faster they reload. And for military, or for your melee units, it's going to be their better melee attack, melee defense, leadership, those sorts. Anyways, the other option here, we have a couple of options. We can either ransom them for a little bit of cash, and lose casualty replenishment, which is not particularly good. We can kill them all for a little bit of unit experience, which is going to be chevrons like this, or we can force them to work for us and give us 8% replenishment. Remember what I said early on about momentum? Having more troops on the ground means that we have better momentum, so
For Alaria, my
that is
queen.
important. And remember I said that one unit was in march stance? Now it's completely gone. So now they have no military whatsoever. Well, they have very little military left. Free money for doing missions. Okay, so
Order
we're going to
must
go ahead
be
and upgrade the
maintained.
rally field because that is the first thing that we need for the military advancements technology. I think it's very important. We're going to get public order because public order is important. And then it's kind of dealer's choice after that point. One thing that I know that we're going to get is we're going to eventually get the Elven Forge for more bolt throwers. We're already going to get better archers and stuff from this. You could go into Cav and get silver helms. Silver helms are not an amazing unit, but it's one of those things that that's about increasing the diversity of your army. Being able to field multiple unit types just means that you're able to deal with multiple scenarios. Cav, no matter how shitty that Cav is still fast. And that fastness means that they can hit where the enemy is weak, even if they're a pretty shitty Cav. Not everything gets to be blood knights. Silver helms are an okay Cav for cleaning up things. Unfortunately, though, otherwise they're not a very strong Cav. But I might still get them. I'm not sure, actually. I might just do all frontline bows and spears. You could also just get a noble. I think I'm actually going to rush a noble. I'll probably tear down the Elven Gardens right after this, but I think getting a noble early wouldn't be a bad idea.
Tyrion, heir of an area.
We're going to get Route Marcher, and then after that, we're going to put points into Bowmaster.
Attack!
Yeah, as you can
Deliver
see,
them to
for
their
once,
ancestors.
Bounce Power's actually not lying. So we can go ahead and auto-resolve
They
this
must
one
die.
safely because of how easy this is going to be. See, we lost a couple units.
Ancestors be
7
praised.
is kind of what we would have lost anyway, maybe a little bit less, but we also saved 5 minutes, so
Fine.
you know, something I'm willing to deal with. Keen's Ring of Fury, huh? Oh, we got a fucking Phoenix. Any news? Not yet, Boots.
Slaves are always
Not
useful.
yet. Hopefully tomorrow. I keep praying. I keep
Protector
opening up
forever.
the Reddit and saying every day, please today be the day. So we're gonna go ahead and put 1 point to the Bowmaster. Now I think we're gonna go ahead and march down to. We don't actually have to. I think we've got the movement range. I think we've got the movement range
Fear the might of Ulf-1.
till Saturday. I don't think till Saturday. I've already explained why I don't think it'll be till Saturday. Same thing here. If at every time we want to be like, oh man, I want different units, we can change that later on. But for now, just getting those extra spears and bows is not a bad idea. Again, we could do diplomacy with factions because they know
Behold
they
the
know
court of
cult of
Asur,
excess,
traveler.
and they do not like
State
them.
your business.
We can try non-aggression.
Unlikely.
Okay, same
I
as
speak
Illyrian.
for the Phoenix King, and I is guided.
After the invitational, after the teaser during the invitational. I don't know, man. I don't know. I guess we're gonna find out. Okay, so we're recruiting units. Remember, we want to rush towards 20. And the final slot might be a noble for now. Oh God, please don't say that, Kirkorum.
Her servant.
All right, so we can go ahead and take Glittering Tower now.
By Asurian. No mercy.
Okay, again, they're lying to you. It's gonna be a lot easier. This will be a little bit harder this time because they're gonna have silver shields, which means that they're gonna resist a lot of our bow shots now. Before they weren't able to resist any of our deflect any of our arrows. Now they will be deflecting 55%. So that is going to be kind of a problem. That is why we have the Eagle Claw bolt.
Sunfang
Yes, Requiem, the
hunger.
artillery piece does ignore shields, which is what I had said earlier about small arms fire. That's why we're going to be packing 4 Eagle Claw bolt throwers. I think for both High Elves and Dark Elves, getting 4 Eagle Claw bolt throwers is important, because it allows you to soften up in situations like this against Dark Shards and Lothran Seaguard.
Defender of Ulf-1.
Okay, again, we want to be into the area a little bit. We can't actually see the enemy right now. That's because this map is a little bit larger than the other ones were. So we want to be in just a little bit, because we want to be firing on them literally the first moment we can.
Eagle Claw.
This looks to be about that area. We're a little bit off center.
Archers.
Okay, archers.
Orders received.
For duty.
Nice wide line. Hey, Spark Crouch.
Eagle Claw.
Okay, focus on archers.
Deal.
I am Lockjaw. I am indeed. Tonight is going to be High Elves, and then we're going to go down the line. Every other night besides tonight is going to be Mortal Empires. But this is going to be the starting campaign for anyone who is new to Warhammer, so it is important that we do Vortex for the first time.
Archers.
Okay, focus fire.
Order.
Incoming enemy fire!
This is the kind of hell you're unleashing on your enemies.
Urifair. Asturian willing.
With me! Without fail.
Okay, in scenarios like this where we greatly outnumber, we can go ahead and charge the spearmen. Normally, we want the spearmen to kind of sit still and brace and absorb charges, stuff like that. It is going to be YouTube guide boots. But in this situation, we go ahead and surround them. A very bare bones YouTube. A very, very bare bones YouTube. I wanted to get videos uploaded to it so that when later on people come in and say, hey, how do you play X faction? Then we can be able to show them quickly. This is how you want to play. Is there a scar stick? I do. I wanted to immortalize that campaign. Proof that I could do it. Because it sucked. Okay, again, losses 47 as opposed to what auto resolve would have given us.
Fear the might of Ulf
Okay,
One.
again, this is our home
Sleep with
settlement.
one eye open.
Occupy. Yeah, he did. He meant it as a joke at first, but of course Twitch chat is going to get the better of him.
The people are restive.
Okay. We don't actually want the Elven Craftsman right now. Income is important, and the Elven Trinkets are really good. Let me show you something really quick. So you can click on the little treasury icon here at any time, and then we can see the trade. As you can see, Elven Trinkets have a resource value of 18 per. So we make quite a bit of money off of Elven Trinkets. That's why we want to be trading and things like that. However, we don't need this money right now. So we're going to go ahead and tear down this. Later on, though, we're going to be putting as many Elven Trinket buildings wherever we can, because that income is very important. But as it stands right now, the important thing is going to be public order and growth. Later on, that's going to change.
Shield against the darkness.
Okay, again, master. And then, have a noble in 2 turns.
Restore order.
I'm not going to count on the noble, so I'm going to go ahead and pack another archer. We'll go 7 archers in front line of spearmen. No comment, Joey and Ned. No comment. Okay, so now that I own one entire province, we can now issue a commandment, which is true for most factions. For High Elves, eventually we're going to do tribute to the Phoenix King, because income from trade 4% is going to be massive. You know, this doesn't look very much because you're like, 4% from trade, you're only getting 100 trade, that's whatever. But eventually we're going to end up, you know, having this on the majority of our settlements, so that income, bonus income from trade is going to be closer to like 50% instead of 4%. And you know, whenever you're trading, you know, 15k or so worth of money, this is pretty important. But as it starts out, first we want that extra 20 growth, because this is basically an extra growth building as well as construction cost 10% from pool, which is also helping us economy. This is an economy focused command on province or provincial commandment. That is something that I would encourage most of the time for you to focus on, is to get economy focused things early game, get that nice strong firm foundation, and then switch it over to the like flat income things later on. It is possible if you want to switch things up. Like, let's say that you're going to recruit a new army, and you know that ahead of time. You can change your commandment the turn before, and then switch to, say, Rally Citizen Militia in order to get a free bonus experience for all of your units, and also recruit armies faster by having that local recruitment capacity. That is up to you. If you are smart about micromanaging and things, that's a very powerful thing to do. I tend to forget it, so I don't do it. But it is good. So if you can remember to do it, by all means do so. The other thing is going to be rights. All new factions in Warhammer 2 have rights. Yeah. Education. Anyways, so everybody's going to start off with rights in Warhammer 2. There are a couple important ones for every faction. There's going to be like one main one that's going to be important, and then the rest of them are generally just good. The invocation. So let's go left to right. Invocation of Hoeth is just going to increase the amount of shit your mages can do. This is really good for like Techless, not so good for the other lords. But for Techless, this bonus wins of magic is really important. As you can see, each of them have a gold cost as well as a turn cooldown, and how many turns it actually is effective for. This one's not that good. It's okay, but usually not that great. The invocation of Assyrian is just your general cheaper economy and public order, as you can usually avoid public order issues by spamming this as much as you can. It's not a huge deal, but for factions like Techless or even Alariel sometimes, this is pretty important. Isha is actually pretty strong. That's why it has a pretty long-ass cooldown. 40 turn cooldown. You get immunity to attrition, which is pretty huge. You get Untainted, which is a good way of getting rid of any kind of corruption that you've had, as well as bonus 8% replenishment rate. Considering that High Elves have a really shitty casualty replenishment, that 8% does matter quite a bit. And then the Invocation of Vol. The important thing here is this. A dilemma will offer a powerful magical item. These are magical items that you cannot get in any other way, typically speaking, and some of them are incredibly strong. Those incredibly strong ones have been nerfed since launch. However, during launch, they were absurd. We are still going to be popping this as frequently as we possibly can. However, it is not quite as good as it was before. In addition to that, it does include Vol's Hammer, which we can use during siege battles. Any siege battle. It's okay. It's been buffed a couple of times so that it is kind of useful. But yeah. They nerfed Diamond? Yeah, they did. Pretty sure it's just an aura now instead of map wide, I think. Either that or its value got nerfed. I don't actually remember, but I'm pretty sure all of them got nerfed in some capacity. Again, we took a city, so
Defend. I bid you welcome, traveler.
now here's the other thing:
What
is
would you
that we
wish to
are a
discuss?
great power, which means that we are getting more and more cities, and so factions will naturally dislike us more the larger that we get. Sometimes this is counterintuitive, but for the most part, it's a problem. It's something that we can't avoid, because once you hit a certain Imperium level, which you can't see, that was a term from the older Total Wars. Once you get to that certain point, you get permanent great power penalties. Spyglass was kind of busted. Yeah, I agree. It was. It's one of those things that, although it sucks to see it go, in the name of balance, it was the right decision. It sucks, but
How can our great king
it was the right
welcomes you?
decision.
Lord, what business have you with the Asur of Ulthuan? Never. You
You may approach and make your...
Protect. Your word shall reach the Phoenix throne. Defend. Your word shall reach the Phoenix throne. I cannot do this.
As anyone we want to talk to. All right. We don't want to pop any rights just yet. We'll probably pop Invocation of Vol first, though. Although we won't be researching technologies for a little while, so won't be as.
Defender of Elf One.
God damn it, Ed. It is going to be kind of a shame that they're going to pick up Shrine of Assyrian first, or we will. But that's okay. Research technology. Search for buried treasure. Yeah, I wish. You're going to go ahead and get military advancement. And I think we're going to go ahead and start with archery. Probably.
Tyrion, heir of an Aryan.
And here we can go ahead and spend a little bit of cash. Public order. We're going to go ahead and upgrade Tower of Lysan because it's a lot more vulnerable being out like this. We want that. And then we'll upgrade that as well. Bill
At your
Safri,
service.
thought about it.
Shield against the darkness.
Maybe I will, maybe I won't.
This will fail.
This
No.
one's going to be kind of a hard battle.
My visions predict failure.
So we're going to have to probably be patient on this one. Normally, for shit like this, we would have Invocation of Vol early. This is going to be one of the harder fights because we don't really have any proper
Servant
siege
of the
equipment.
king.
Sure, we've got one bolt thrower, but that doesn't really count as proper siege equipment. We had more bolt throwers.
Can I?
I've heard tales of your valor. Let us sit and...
Yep, just checking diplomacy. We go ahead and pass the turn. The Warp Sword of Cain? The Warp Sword? What kind of game are you talking about, boyo?
Light will drive back the darkness.
Okay. Research the technology. So we're automatically. You can queue up technology if you want, like this, but I don't always necessarily do it. Kind of up to you.
Order must be maintained.
All right,
Waste
11
my
units.
time.
So we're fighting almost a full army.
What
Plus they
orders?
have walls. This is going to be pretty bloody.
Elf One.
I don't remember this map.
For my queen.
Yep. See, this is going to be bloody because they have 7 units of archers here. This might be a scenario where we're going to attempt to, again, bait the AI into doing stupid shit. I think that is the plan. I think we're going to bait the AI
There
into
is
doing
glory to be won. I lust for battle.
I am incredibly busy. State your business.
yeah, no.
Sunfang hungers.
Now, worst comes to worst, by the time, what, another 8 turns, we'll get technology that'll let us siege this a lot better, so. Not technology, we'll have Val's Anvil. If we had Val's Anvil, this fight would be a little bit different. We could be overconfident and charge in there. But remember what overconfidence leads to. Okay. Now, why did we bait out the AI? It's important because they are marching out without walls. Walls are pretty strong. There's a reason why you would always want to be fighting defensive sieges behind walls rather than sallying out, unless there was something really weird happening. Here, things can be broken up and shattered independently of those walls. So this is gonna be a lot easier to whittle down their archers and shit. In this scenario, I do kind of wish that I had that cav, but I think we can do without it. This is going to be a pretty bloody fight still, though. Hi, Ursa. All right. We are doing a how-to video. How to elf. Start off with. We'll do the other how-tos later.
Spearmen!
Since we don't really have anything else to do until we start getting some details about the DLC. But maybe one of these campaigns will spark my interest. Be like, I wanted to do that again. Good to see you too, Ursa. So the unfortunate thing about this is that we don't have really good terrain to line up our bolt thrower. As you can see, it's kind of rocky, kind of hilly, and we would like a precise line of fire for it. This looks like an okay spot, nice flat area, but our bolt thrower's ability to do damage is going to be pretty limited by our terrain. You don't know me very well at all, do you? Requiem.
Assure, warrior!
Okay.
Eagle claw!
Use that really quick.
Purifier!
And again, focus on archers. Now they are going to start this battle back a bit, so we are going to have the advantage of fighting them on our own terms for a little while. That little while is not going to last long, though.
Loyal!
Now, if we had 3 more bolt throwers like I would like, we'd be hammering them right now.
We will obey! For Assyrian! For off one!
Okay. We're going to use the Phoenix to start hunting.
As you say, ancestors! Following orders!
Actually, I'm going to get down low and bomb it first. I missed.
Archers!
Okay, remember, we want to win the archer battle.
It shall be done.
Now, if there's no archers that these guys can kill, we can start sending them into blocks.
As one!
So you want to try to extend lines like this so that we're firing long distance. This gives the ideal curve to the arrow. You don't want to shoot real close. Like, these guys would not be good shooting in front of them, but they're a little bit longer over the distance here.
Archers! It will be done!
If you want to keep an eye on the Phoenix, if it starts getting into trouble, then we pull it out.
serve the king.
Now notice these units are not dropping nearly as quickly as those archers did earlier. That's because of that silver shield that they have. It's very, very important to maintain, to think about what has silver shields and what doesn't when you're dealing with matchups like this. Now we need to pull the Phoenix. He's in a little too deep. Luckily he has good mass, so we're going to pull him out.
Understood.
Okay, the important thing to this battle is shattering as many archer units as possible, because that's what's going to do the most damage to us in the siege. So butchering as many range as possible is going to be very key here. That means the less archers and less ammunition they're bringing into a siege battle.
Eagle claw. Attack. Heir of Anarian. Archers. For the king. Orders received. For the king.
Okay, this is a sorceress lord,
Moving out.
so I'm going to have Tyrion beat the shit out of her,
By Assyrian.
because that's what Tyrion does.
Incoming enemy spells. Archers. For our ancestors. For Assyrian.
Now Tyrion is a good melee lord, as you can see. He is proving that to be true.
For duty! Ancestors!
Archers. To battle. Loyal. For duty. We will obey. Heir of Anarian. Striking
We're
force.
going to go ahead and let her flee. It'll be easy to kill her later.
No mercy. Lacoy. Eagle claw. For order.
Yep, as you can see, much easier to win.
Archers.
Now this is important. We want to keep shooting them as much as possible to lower as many troops. They have their backs turned to us, which means any of them that do have silver shields will not be useful anymore. The deflection will still happen even if they're fleeing.
Shield of the Ever Queen.
It's more of a constant state of things.
For duty.
Turn off guard mode and let them chase.
Lacoy. Archers. Without question.
They have announced nothing. However, the new graphic that they have for the Ever Chosen tournament looks very much like a Skaven nuke. So bets are going on about Icket Claw, but no, we haven't actually heard anything. Yep. If this had been an actual siege, we would have lost way more. So we're able to trick the AI into doing something that we want. I always want to abuse things the AI wants, or the AI thinks is a good idea. Now you can see they have what, maybe a quarter of their archers left now. This is going to be very important because this is going to be still a pretty heavy losses battle. We're going to lose at least a couple of units of spearmen for sure. Maybe the Phoenix even. We want that replenishment because we're going to be
My strength
fighting
grows.
again very shortly. Oh, nice. Just a nice random little event to get.
You must restore order.
Okay, Tyrion got another level. More ammunition, more reload reduction.
Kill them.
Okay, you see, balance of power has not actually
Deliver
changed
them
at all,
to their ancestors.
or very little. This is lying to you. This is going to be a way easier battle, for sure. Especially because I'm going to show you boys a little trick. Not going to murder units before going to battle? No, there's no point. It doesn't matter. We're probably not going to use those units anyway. Plus, if they do survive, that
Kill
means we
them
don't have
all.
to re-recruit them later on. On this map, as you can see, there's a little spot right here. We've got superior range. We're going to abuse this line of sight right here. Okay? Little tips and tricks
I
for your
lust for
first
battle.
campaign, Warhammer 2. No, this one's not Dowie. This one was actually perfected from Warhammer 2. Oddly enough. Okay, so there's a little crevice right here. Now, the towers are going to have a 90-degree angle shooting in front of you, okay? That angle does not extend to, say, like right here. We have superior range. So what we're going to do is dump all our boys, which you don't actually need these towers at all. You can put the towers wherever you want and then just drop the equipment, which is what we're going to do. I just built those because we could,
As you say.
not because it actually matters. We're going to tuck them over here. Same with Tyrion. And our bows. We're going to deploy everybody on this side.
Eagle Claw! Loyal! It will be done!
Okay. Now, you can always hover over a tower like that and see where the line of fire is. Okay, this is gonna be very important. Now we're gonna start sneaking dudes up.
We away, as you say. Advance!
Orders received! Swiftly! Loyal! Without question! Forward!
Battle awaits.
Understood!
This is where the ammunition part comes important.
Asur, forward! Still waters run deep. At pace!
Yep, we're gonna speed it up. Notice they're getting all of their units to start climbing the walls. This is where their primary defense is going to be.
Orders received!
Okay, now we're going to be very
Loyal!
cheeky. Always keeping in mind this line of sight right here. Okay. Now, they should be able to start shooting units. Oh. There you go. Little by little, we just whittle them down. So we could have a big bloody battle here, but let's fight smarter and not harder. You know what I'm saying? Now you might say to yourself, this is bullshit. Why would you do this? A real human wouldn't do this. Well, that's because you're not playing against a real human. You're like, they wouldn't do this in real war. They wouldn't do a lot of things in real war, okay? Or maybe they would. How do you know? Either way, it's a video game and just try to enjoy it, okay? You don't like these strats? Go use them. Playing on Legendary, though, it's definitely an experience. So abusing mechanics like this is definitely important. Okay, now we're out of ammunition. These guys run off. 91 and 80. That's 2 full units they just killed. I know, right, Grimwisp? Why are you not fighting with honor? Well, because playing on Legendary requires min-maxing. Don't want to min-max? Don't play on Legendary. Pretty simple. Interesting. Tower's not shooting. Now, remember, we're shooting at an angle, so their shields don't actually help them that much here. That is pretty important. Important thing is just to pay attention to where this tower is. Inflict a ton of casualties without ever having to go and charge in there ourselves. So now we've moved a little bit. Tower might actually not hit that much. We might actually not worry about moving at the moment. Any of the units that are turned behind like this on the walls is important because, again, they don't have that armored, they don't have that shielded bonus. So they're basically facing this way and then lining up to die, as you can see. Same here. So they're going to move units up in order to fill that gap on the walls. They're actually going to wait for them to join because I want to kill these units here. Remember, arrows are not our friend in a siege. These guys are going to be bravely facing away from us. See how fast that health drop? Look at that. Just a couple volleys and boom, they're gone. See if we can hit them. Nope. Not a global cooldown, it's the passive. Trying to get as many of them as possible, because we only have a little bit of ammunition left. Although that's kind of okay, because we don't really need to kill a whole lot else. 3 units here, 3 units here, 4 units here. Not much resistance, you know. I don't know if these guys can actually hit anybody or not. Okay. I'm going to leave 1 bow in reserve. And now we get to actually fight the siege. And so we've murdered about 4 units worth of units with just a little bit of arrow fire. Actually, you can switch this over and see if he can hit them. Doesn't look like it. They're going to attempt to find line of sight, though. Never mind. And that's how you win really hard sieges, boys. Only had losses because I let that happen. As you can see, no actual kills here. That was all tower damage.
Fear the might of
Remember, it's
Ulthuan.
all about momentum. That's what we're trying to maintain. Momentum.
Occupy
Here,
this place. My strength grows.
okay, the Vexas is gone. There might be a faction that likes us for
You
that
have
now.
traveled far to petition the Phoenix
Probably not.
throne.
Speak. Welcome. Time is.
Lady Phoenix King welcomes all, cultured or otherwise.
I will strive to be courteous.
Might kill Calidor, actually. Start working our way up that way. Ultimately, we want to eliminate Scourge of Cain. The Scourge of Cain is a little too far north for us to really do anything about. So now we got to look to the immediate future and figure out what's going to. First, we look at this. We have access to
Shield
water
against
now.
the darkness.
Okay, so mounts. Mount is the Malhandir is a mount specific to Tyrion. Most of the time, your late game mounts, which this is the only mount Tyrion gets, is going to be important to legendary lords. Most of the time, as soon as they have the ability to get a mount, I would go ahead and put them on said mount. The problem is that elves have a lot of spears. Everything on Ulthuan has a spear, and most of dark elves do as well. And so it doesn't make a whole lot of sense in order to put him on the back of a horse and make him a large target when he does much better on foot against spears. So although I will take this at some point, now is not the time. Otherwise, hell yeah, his mount's amazing, but not right now. The question is, what do I want? I think we're just going to go ahead and get combined elites, because I think ever since they changed this to just 2 points per master strategist, we can get that with saved points later on. We're going to go ahead and get these. Pit spears are actually a good unit. They are. They actually are. There's no kappa there.
People are restive.
We have the opportunity to also
I'm
rest
waiting.
for a moment. So now we kind of let the see where the game takes us at this point.
Greetings, fellow Asur. What brings you here?
They would confederate pretty easily. Wait and see about that. We might work our way over to Calidor. Because they are unfriendly with me and, you know.
It's free real estate.
Servant of the king.
The main issue with this, though, is that because we don't have the Shrine of Assyrian, we don't have very good growth here, as you can see. We have very shitty growth. There's no way to manage that. This is going to be kind of a problem for me.
Protector of the Evergreen.
We might just have to babysit this for a little bit. Now, walls, 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 walls. Build them everywhere. Every single place imaginable. Build walls. Build walls, build walls. For the love of God, build walls. Everywhere. Even if the walls themselves are not going to be strong enough to stop some of the better armies that are going to be roaming around, the point is it delays the AI and allows you to react. If you do not have walls, the AI just waltzes in, and they will own the place. However, if you're building the extra garrisons and walls in settlements, the AI can't do that. So, build them everywhere. I'm going to go ahead and get a little more growth as well.
I speak for the Phoenix King.
I'm watching for any kind of free real
A
estate
dignified visitor.
in the form of a
Such a rare
confederation.
treat. Welcome.
Don't know if I want to kill him or not. We have no treaties with them. It's possible that I might consider killing Illyrian. Either Illyrian or Calidor, and I'm not sure which one I want. Illyrian, both of them are at war with Tiranoc, and I do want to be
How
friends
can I
with Tiranoc.
assist
It would be easier to knock out Calidor, though. I might just do. We're babysitting this, though, which is not really something I want to do because remember momentum. But the only other option is to let it rebel and die.
Greetings, fellow Asur. What brings you here?
If they lose their military, it's a good chance that we can confederate them. And if that's the case, we get all this free territory, which would be fantastic. I think they're going to try. I think Ernest is going to give it a try really hard.
I will hear your words.
Once we have a
but
tier
I
2
make no
army,
promises of aid.
or a mid-tier army, killing Ernest is not going to be that problematic.
Not gonna lie, I could have used these earlier. Haha, thanks for streaming, man.
Thanks, Rich. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for the 11 months, man. Thank you for the continued support, even when I'm a shitty streamer. And I know I'm a shitty streamer. Don't have to remind me. And there you're going to. Okay. Remember, we want to keep an eye on power.
God, welcome.
Power.
Time is precious.
Power. Projection. Words. Words.
All are
One
given a
master
fair
wants
hearing in the
murder.
Phoenix Court.
The Phoenix Court awaits your...
Give you address the Asur of Ulthuan.
Got him head.
Bring down the canvas.
Too real. It's too real. I do need to be friendly with Alariel, but I don't see a good way of talking to her at the moment. Although,
Oh, yeah.
I forgot about you. Thank you for the follow. I forgot about you. Ooh, actually, Prudent's kind of cool. Squishy. I think I want squishy. We can afford to use the influence now, which is okay.
You have my attention.
I want him to go meet Alara. I deserved it, so I accept. That's murder by word.
I will weigh what you have to say and the merit of your actions.
We're going to turn down all alliances because we don't want to get dragged into wars that are not convenient for us. You should be the one who are declaring wars. You should set the goals for your campaign, not let the AI dictate it, because they'll get themselves into some really stupid conflicts. Do not trust them. Okay, so we got archery prowess. Bolt throwers is good, but in the meantime, go ahead and getting militia training is not a bad idea.
Noble son of Ulthuan.
Okay, in diplomacy.
It is agreeable to spend one's time.
What? It is good to receive.
What requests would you make of the Phoenix?
Always keep an eye on this
I bid
because
you welcome to
Confederation
the
is
court of the
always a
Phoenix King.
possibility. We're losing a little bit of momentum by sitting here and babysitting this, but I also wasn't really interested in just letting it fall either. We do want Falls Anvil, though.
Of course.
Let's see here. Let me think about this. So in 4 turns, we're gonna finish, and we're gonna be able. We're gonna finish our 3rd technology and be able to pop Invocation of Fall. Fall is gonna last 10 turns. If I March Stance, oof, that's not good. If I March Stance with
Son
Tyrion
of the king.
towards here, it'll take us 2 turns. At least 2 full turns to get to Kalidor's Repose. We could get this, recover. We could be at Falls Anvil by about turn 18. About 4 turns into Invocation or so. That's not terrible. Maybe by turn 20-ish or so. I think that's what we'll do.
The Asser of Troubles.
No, it is not. Rhino of Surian comes with Angrier, not a Vortex. I really want to Shrine of Cain, but it's really hard to beat Saffrey there. Be nice if I could beat Saffrey there, but not this time. Just because Saffrey doesn't start at war with anybody, so they're doing nothing. So of course they're going to move to ruins. And by the way, the AI will try to settle ruins as quickly and as frequently as they possibly can. That's just what it's programmed to do. Because in Warhammer 1, they never did it. Yeah, we're going to go get Falls Anvil.
You have my attention. With purpose.
Okay, the important thing is here, meeting the Everqueen. Does not look like we can. Nope, yes we do.
Queen, the true of heart,
There we go.
always find a warm welcome in my court.
Hell yeah.
Serving the gods.
Okay, I think that's all the High Elf factions. Except for Lethanar. She's at war with Tyrannok too? Come on, lady. I need you guys to stop declaring war on Tyrannok, please, for the love of God. Illyrian I can kind of understand, and Illyrian is kind of tempting to go for. But we can't get a full province yet because of Reaper's Mark. And actually fighting a gate battle doesn't sound very appetizing right now.
Ready for orders. I live to serve my queen. Ever loyal.
I wonder how bad this battle would be.
Her
Probably not too bad. Got nothing else to do. You may. You will. Yeah, this isn't too bad. Pick up a little cash and shit.
There is glory to be won.
The short
Eagle
map.
Claw.
So again, we want the range. Never mind, it's not a short map. I lied. Actually a big map. Now, the problem here is that they have a mortar as well, which means they will not move forward. Or if they do, it'll be really slowly, and they'll still be shooting the mortar shells at us, which is not something that you want to have happen. Mortars are really good anti-infantry. So we're going to need to go get that as quickly as possible. which is why we're kind of tight right now.
Eagle claw.
Oh, they actually have to move the mortar. I'd actually go ahead and move up and encourage them to move first.
As you say.
Oh, never mind. They moved the mortar.
We away!
We will obey.
Oh, they actually pulled back. Okay, they had depth guard. There they are.
Sinner.
See what I mean? That's just one mortar working overtime and butchering a bunch of units. That mortar is actually kind of scary. Oops, I forgot
Shield of
Tyrion.
the Ever Queen.
Orders received! Without fail! Archers! Understood! Orders received!
Spearmen. For duty.
It will be done!
Okay, we're going to focus fire on the mortars first because that is the scariest part. Not curious nature. Rory, thank you for your Twitch Prime, dude. Appreciate that. Organ the War song playing, man.
Loyal. It will be done.
Just Tyrion.
With me, my Assyrian.
Loyal! Advance! For duty! For order!
I can't do a game, Rigora.
Orders understood.
You boys are more than welcome to, though.
Eager for
But
battle.
I cannot.
Spearmen! Assyrian guides us! Archers! Sinner!
In fact, this is my short stream
Orders
night.
received.
But hey, at least I am streaming, right, Ned?
Archers!
Your words hurt.
Weapons ready!
Root 4.
The greater good. Without fail. The winds rise. Understood. Serve the king.
Shut up, Nerfy.
For the Ever Queen.
Archers! To the fray!
I'm gonna stop the artillery because friendly fire is a very real thing in this game.
Understood. To the fray. Forward. Going forth. Victory awaits.
Asa, move! Archers! Orders received!
Yeah, we're gonna do more friendly fire damage at this point, so we gotta stop the archers from shooting. And vampire lords crumble. They don't actually die. Like that. Little free money. You gotta be careful. Don't go for the ones with the skulls just yet. This was an easy fight to take. We lost some, but not too bad. And it gives us something to do while we wait for other things to work out.
One. Enslave them. My strength grows.
Get a cloak of beards, which doesn't actually matter at all, but we do get some money. I was hoping for something much stronger than cloak of beards. But hey, in case we ever fight dwarves,
Servant of the king.
won't happen, but you know, if it did.
A fine anchorage. At your service.
Yeah, we've talked to Ilario, so we can actually bring our
What do
noble
you
back home.
require? Stopping. For the moment. How can I assist you? Welcome. Your words and deeds.
What requests would you make of the feat?
As your wit and wisdom will be a welcome distraction. Sit, please.
Why are you at war with everyone? Jesus.
The people are restive.
We shouldn't get a rebellion here. It's still possible that we'll get a rebellion here, but I don't think we'll do it. 6 turns, we'll probably pass through with Tyrion. High Elves generally have such good public order that we usually don't have to worry about them, rebellions, at least in Lothern. The rest of the cities, yeah, but Lothern, not so much. That's where armies go to die. All right, so
Oh, yeah.
diplomacy here. This is one of the influence examples that you're given. Now, there are a lot of options that you can get here. You're usually going to try to aim for the highest amount of influence, because unless you're farming the influence with nobles, it's kind of hard to get influence. So it's important to save up and to make that dollar as much as possible whenever you can. So, as you can see, a couple choices here are a grayed out, also because we can't spend influence, so both of these options are down. Diplomatic relations are usually a big problem. It may be a drop in the bucket and may not be that big of a deal, but it's something that's not worth it when, in comparison, 1,500 gold treasury when we've got 18k, not that bad. Also, we get a little more influence. This is the better of the two options. However, if we had a bazillion relations with Trace, we could pick this up. Kind of your call, but this is the better option.
We are ill at ease.
I could.
You called?
There were Safri, huh?
What would you have of me?
How many turns ago did we get a trade agreement with Safri?
His Majesty's court will listen to your request.
We can end it now. We can end it now. Question is, do we want to fight Safri this early? My tower's only a tier 2.
I agree.
She does start with Swordmasters. Interesting.
You address the Asur of Ulthuan.
We're going to break trade agreement and see if we can convince Yvri's to confederate with us. Because they're going to like us breaking treaties with them. And I want to see if we could push that into the direction of getting a confederation. gonna go ahead and break that because we're not really losing much gold, and they hate us now. They might actually declare war on us first. In contrast,
The Phoenix King
gonna
is
like us a lot
wise
for
and
that.
merciful. What would you have of him?
if we declare war on them, then they're gonna love us.
Alariel the Everqueen.
And I'm pretty sure Alariel liked that. Oh, somebody else. Never mind. Might be able to convince
Of
them to
course.
declare war on us. I think we might go this way. We need 10 turns in order to declare war, so we've got some time. And actually,
Asher bids you welcome.
Lothern will be ready to be tier 3 probably by the time that ends, and we can get bolt throwers that way. The theory is that we're trying to convince Ivris that we are the good guys and they want to be friends with us because they have the highest territory and are going to be the easiest to be friendly with. The other thing is Kalidor is probably going to get swallowed up pretty easily by Tyrannok. I don't think Tyrannok's going to back down anytime soon. So because of that, pushing towards Kalidor doesn't make too much sense. As much as I kind of want to. Pop in tier 2.
Troubled.
Tyrion.
Yep, kind of what I was afraid of.
Greetings, fellow Asur. What brings you
What I
here?
was afraid of. They're getting raised by Pirates of Sartosa. It's possible that if they lose that war, we'll be able to confederate them right afterwards.
I bid you welcome, traveler.
Anytime they lose power projection and we have a higher power projection and good terms, confederation is very likely. So now we just kind of play the waiting game again, still. Okay, now we have the ability. Oh shit, we get another one. Alright, so Vice of the King is a really powerful follower that I'm pretty sure you can only get this way. You might be able to find them out when you're conquesting and stuff, but these are pretty rare. This is important because the enemy hero action success chance means that you don't get blocked, your armies don't get attacked more, or I'm sorry, they don't get assaulted, things like that. It's a really powerful follower. So normally I'd say stockpile or influence. The obvious answer would be unhappy populace, but that's pretty punishing at this stage and thing. The only other real option would be denounce the messenger. I think we're going to go ahead and take advice of the king. We're going to put that on Tyrion.
Servant of the king.
Go ahead and upgrade that now.
You must restore order.
Champion of the Ever Queen.
I'm gonna mark
I
them
never
off there
die.
for, or actually Tower of Iceland's fine. We just sit there for a turn.
Inspecting
We
the
won't have to
garrison.
worry about a rebellion.
Direct
And actually, we can go ahead and put the hero in the army as well.
shield against the darkness.
Of which we're gonna go. Do I want to drop a spearman? Yeah, I'll drop a spearman.
Your orders.
Now, the noble in the army is kind of important because of this. That replenishment is really, really, really critical for high elves. The higher the replenishment that you have in an army, the faster it can move because the less casualties you're ultimately taking. So,
I will share my experience.
having a noble in the army
Ready to serve.
really, really, really helps elves a lot. We're going to go ahead and do that. That's why we recruited him in the first place. Plus, having another, like, hero type to dual lords and stuff is not a bad idea. Nobles aren't bad duelists. They're not amazing, but they're pretty solid for what they are. Good night, Toby. Emery and Pirates of Sartosa, huh? Oh, Trace is gone. Interesting. Or not? Oh, yeah, they are. Okay. You could.
Defender of
And the
Ulster.
Shrine of Assyrian is good, but it's not something that we, you could go out of your way to get it if you really wanted to. It's going to be a little hard to do so, but it is definitely possible to do.
Can I? Greetings, fellow Asur. What brings
That's
you?
what we're looking for right there. Let's survey the political scene first before we do this.
Miss, I bid you welcome. What do you wish to discuss? The time is now.
God, your word shall.
It is agreeable to spend one's time in.
So they lost
dignified
an army?
company. Ridiculous.
We can sway this. A little bit of money. Still think we have a little bit of influence as well. There we go. Free fucking territory. Free territory. Now, as you can see, we're going to lower this. And this actually puts us in a good spot to kill our Nessa, actually. She's sitting at Sartosa. She only has, what, 2 settlements it should be? Yeah. So we're actually in good position to declare war on her if we want, but I probably will not at this particular time. I actually want the mine. We're going to keep that. Ditch that, though. I'm going to keep... Walls, public order. No, we need public order. Can't. We're making the smart choices, chat. Smart choices.
How can I assist you?
Oops.
Prince. Your command?
Mage of Ulfwan.
Oh, shit. Bad. Ooh, high magic. Gross. We'll think about that.
Lord of the Phoenix Court.
Now, having a second army like this is not necessarily a good thing. I do kind of like the other army for a police state, just in case we run into problems.
Defender of the Phoenix throne.
Prince.
But we're running a little low on cash. We are going to have rebellions like pop up really rapidly now. We are going to get a rebellion in Lothar now. We did get a lot of free real estate, but that does not mean that it was necessarily always a good idea to do that.
What orders?
I serve the king.
Yes, the king.
Garrisoning.
I'm gonna go ahead and pop invocation because we need that public order. Slow down the rebellions a little bit.
Champion of the Ever Queen.
Tyrion's gonna go have to do some policing and stuff, I think. Really? Interesting.
Speak.
Guess we're not really trading with a lot of factions right now. We'll probably end up disbanding this army, but I'm going to wait to see one turn and see what happens in terms of rebellions. I also get it depends on what Alariel or what Arnessa decides to do. She might want to declare war on me, but I'm hoping she actually just decides to go south, go to fight Kimry, and then I'll backdoor.
Speak your poisoned word and be gone.
Worked out pretty well as we wanted it, actually. Tyrion will not do policing anymore. Tyrion is instead going to fight off two armies, which are not zooming over. But I guarantee that he moved both armies over. Take the money. Okay, so
Ridiculous. Alariel's
being a sneaky
champion.
little bitch.
I live to serve my queen.
That's just why we kept the other army.
Can I offer assistance? How can I assist?
We're gonna need to do this. He's probably gonna take that, so we're just gonna like wait.
Shield against
Meanwhile,
the
though,
darkness.
because of that, almost make it to the Shrine of Viserion. So instead, what we're gonna do is we're gonna ambush. What we're looking for is actually it doesn't really matter where we ambush.
Awaiting orders.
We should be able to get far enough here next turn. I think.
Alariel's champion. I shall go.
He might dodge us. He might.
Certainly not.
So the reason why they're sneaking around like that is because the garrison, when you confederate, is reduced. So he's going to take Garenthale pretty much no matter what.
Lord of Ulf.
That's why we're going to come and take it back from him real quick.
You called?
It allows Tyrion to be in a second place.
The winds guide me.
Normally I wouldn't run this low on
Assyrian
this early.
smiles upon me.
And actually,
Lethal grace given forth.
of course, we only have this shit. The Lothar and Seaguard are actually kind of expensive. We don't have enough archers in this army.
Loyal to a fault.
You start out with.
A promising lieutenant.
Oh, gross. Well, he'll do his job and then he's getting disbanded. That's all he's. That's literally all he's there for. Do his job, get disbanded.
Assyrian guides our hand.
What? Okay.
The gods are with us. Ulf-One's defender. By Assurium. Alarium.
Now, this fight's going to suck because they built the Shrine of Assyrian, which is a special landmark building. That landmark building comes with 3 Phoenix Guard. Phoenix Guard are like one of the premier defensive units for High Elves. Oh, I guess I should talk about what a late game High Elf comp looks like.
I am ready to fight.
By the end of the stream. Same plan as before. Range soften them up. Especially the Phoenix Guard. The longer the Phoenix Guard are going to be engaged in combat with us, the way worse it's going to be. We need to murder them as quickly as possible.
Loyal. Heir of Anarian.
An area which Tyrion's going to be good for. So again, pretty standard comp. In order to switch over to anti-infantry rounds, we can actually bring us back just a little bit. But we're still within range to trigger them walking towards us, but we still have maximum uptime. Start softening them. Oh yeah, they started the Phoenix as well.
It will be done.
We're gonna go ahead and need to walk towards them a little bit.
It shall be done.
Asser forward! Eagle claw!
Ancestors!
And we're gonna deal archers here.
To battle! Ancestors! Will be done, as you say.
See how quickly they fall? Unfortunately, though, those Phoenix Guards are going to get in there, which I said not to do. Yeah, I don't even listen to my own advice.
Understood! For Assyrian! Orders received!
Narkoi!
Good news is we can gang up on them.
Ever-Queen!
And they are still going to be sensitive to archer fire.
Understood. At once. Servant of light. Understood.
This is legendary. If I can do this shit on legendaries, how much more so can somebody do this shit on normal? If I do it on any lower difficulty, I'm going to start doing shit that I wouldn't normally do. That's not very good teaching, is it? If I can do it on legendary, what are they worried about?
Death to all!
Sunfang lusts for battle. Noble, by your command. Spearmen, to battle! Heir of Anarian. Archers. Lakoi!
For duty!
Yes!
To the fray!
Heir of Anarian. Attack! Noble lord!
Archers! Make Ulthuan proud!
Just hoping the Phoenix can do this on his own. There we go. Yeah, we can. Look at that. Spearman never broke. Never even broke. Tier 1 unit against a Tier 5 unit and Legendary. Never broke. Spearmen are a good unit.
For my queen.
Okay, again, this is our
This
settlement.
place is ours. Shield against the darkness.
Oh, we kept the shrine. God, wine is tempting. Actually, it is Greater Public Order. Let's go ahead and get it.
How can I assist you? Honor calls.
You must restore order.
Okay, upgrade Gates of Lothern. The first major thing. We're going to go ahead and get an Elven Forge. We do need to watch money because we are still negative. We don't need Lothar and Seaguard yet, so we can wait on that one. We're going to upgrade the Promenade, though. This is a gold mine, so we do want that. Gotta watch money, that's all.
Champion of the Ever Queen.
Go ahead and rally. Actually, rally.
A true Asur.
I will be the rest of the stream and for several streams after this, Arcane Emperor. Is that a new settlement to the east of Ulthuan? No, this is Tartosa. Or are you talking about yeah, you're talking about Tartosa. Billion. Might be bad. Should be okay. Just gotta ride out the public order penalty for
The
a couple
people
of turns.
are restive.
We do have more growth. For those of you who are late joining in, it's an educational stream for starting out the game without ever playing it, talking about each race and what's good about them. So we start off with the High Elves and Vortex because, you know, a lot of people don't know where to start when talking about, well, how do I play this game? So that's where we're starting. Normally I'd fight this, but if we were full strength, we'd have a chance because we've got enough arrows to kill the white lions. But otherwise, this is not a very feasible fight. This is actually somewhat accurate. We don't have enough arrows to stop the white lions. I think we're within range.
Ever loyal. Your orders are reasonable.
This will be a little risky because we don't have archers.
Saint Louis.
This is going to hurt a little bit. We have some archers, but not a lot. The plan here is to just simply outnumber them by a lot. But this is going to be a pretty bloody battle, I think.
the Asur.
It's going to be bloody because they have quality. Don't think the Reaver cycle charge? No, I don't think the Reavers are going to stick around much. They're still Illyrian Reavers. They're not exactly a good calf unit.
Spearman.
Besides, cycle charging isn't going to really solve the fact that, you know, we can't actually impact kill the White Lions very well.
Acknowledged.
And our lord is shit.
Illyrian Reavers.
This Tyrion would be a little bit of a different story, but
Without fail.
actually I'm going to split these up on either side.
As you say.
We're actually going to come to them now.
We will obey. Northern Seaguard. For order.
March! Forward! As you say! Forward! For Alfred!
For the king.
Illyrian Reavers! Setting forth! Without fail! Advance!
Acknowledged. For Ulthuan. Northern Seaguard.
Okay, archers dealt with.
Attack!
Illyrian Reavers! We away! Quickly now! Onward! Spearman!
Try to keep that eagle from cycle charging,
Quickly now! Onward!
which it's trying to do
It
actually.
will be done!
There we go. Slow it down.
Setting forth! Assa advance! Acknowledged! For duty!
Immediately.
Immediately.
Illyrian Reavers! For Assyrian!
Try to be careful about cycle charging in the back of spears, because that's still a really bad idea. Even if you're like, oh, they're cav from behind. Yeah, that's not how that works.
Spearman! It will be
Fortunately, not how that
done!
works.
Illyrian Reavers! Onward! Assa, move! Loyal! For the king! Advance!
You're like, why didn't you just charge the White Lions? Because they're a little bit deeper. I guess they are on this side here. Maybe we could charge them.
As you say. Following orders.
Battle calls! Kill them!
Keep wearing down that great
Loyal!
eagle.
Assa traitors! We advance!
By the way, 2 charges, 9 kills.
Swiftly!
Half, by the way.
Illyrian Reavers! Make Ulthuan proud! Apace!
To the fray.
Illyrian Reavers! Kill them!
Northern Seaguard.
Remember, the whole goal here is just to shatter them. Whoops.
It will be done.
Illyrian Reavers! Weapons ready!
Just trying to shatter them. This is actually a prolonged fight. I'm not sure we could win. And maybe we could. you go. Just throw enough corpses at it, and eventually you win. Worked out a little bit better than I actually expected. And you see, we almost lost 2 whole groups of spearmen. If we didn't outnumber them here, then that would not have turned out the way that it did.
The Asur have conquered. We are the conquerors.
That back now. Put money back in this.
Lethal grace given form. A promising lieutenant.
Yeah, now we're going to go ahead and drop the Illyrian Reavers because we don't actually need them anymore.
Asur Prince.
Or at least even. And then we're going to wait for rebellions because they're going to happen. And use that boy to back up rebellions.
Misguided.
It might actually be a shitty rebellion.
Ridiculous.
That would be kind of cool.
Shield against the darkness. Her servant.
Okay.
Mistress of the Undying Forest.
Oh, right. Confederation penalty. It's like, why does nobody love me? Oh, yeah. That's right. I forgot about that.
The winds are rising.
And we're broke.
Mage of Ulfwan, Hish guides me.
Make all that money back once we disband this army.
How can I assist you? Can I offer assistance?
But I do have military military recruitment here, though. I know about that rule, Sci-5. That's what I'm saying. I'm not sure why we're getting that. That's the important army we got to watch out for with Tyrians. Possible we could bait it into an ambush. We definitely don't want to fight it
The gods
at
are
the White
with
Tower.
us.
Absurd.
Possible she'll come out to fight us, actually.
At your service. Futile.
There's no guarantee there aren't more advanced units in there, actually.
Ever loyal. How can I assist you?
Okay, so we can actually bounce back. These are the 2 capitals here. We can bounce back and forth between the 2.
What do you require?
We actually probably get rid of that mage. Got a decent ability, but
Defender of Ulfwan.
I wish I
Never.
could see that army.
Ulfwan's
Penalty
defender.
for 1 more turn, thank God.
Attack! Kill them.
Okay, again,
They must die.
don't trust this balance of power. We can actually protect these units as spearmen.
Archers!
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Rubio's speaking Spanish, actually.
Eagle Claw.
Spearmen! Heir of Anarian.
Oh, hi, Travis.
It will be done.
Oops, didn't switch.
Without fail.
For the king! Archers, as you say. Kill them! Orders received.
As you say, Sinner!
Seal. He's a real big fan of his music.
Orders received.
For Azurian! Seek cover! Understood. For duty!
Archers!
Advance! Heir of Anarian! By Azurian! Loyal! For the king!
Archers! Asser, advance!
Spearmen!
Acknowledged! As you say!
Asa traitors! It will be done, without fail.
Wait for the range to kill them because there's no point in trying to chase them down.
Spearmen! As you say.
Loyal! To battle!
There we go.
Archers! Hold!
Are you shattering or not? Are we picking one or?
Sure, warrior! Destroy
I'm
them!
confused here. Shattering or not? There we go. That was a weird one. Never had that happen.
A glorious victory! We have captured it, champion of the
Nice,
Ever Queen.
nice port. All right, you get a dedication now. Most of the dedications are not that big of a deal. It's kind of more geared towards what you particularly like. Some are definitely going to be stronger than others. But the main thing is that it gives an upkeep reduction for a specific unit and then some other passive bonuses. Warrior, saying thank you for your Twitch Prime, man. Appreciate that. So usually I pick up dedicated Mathlin. Yeah, my allergies are killing me. Normally I pick up dedicated to Mathlin because Melee defense is always a good thing to pick up. Lothar and Seaguard are usually going to be a unit that we're going to have. And ports are really, really important to High Elves. Make a ton of money that way. So you're getting a good chunk of economy. You're getting a unit upkeep production that you're probably going to use, and a melee defense that is kind of neat. However, that is not the best answer. You can always decide for yourself what you want out of things. But I typically go with Mathlin for
A mighty warrior. Her servant.
Still can't see that army, although
Never.
it doesn't look like she actually has range to come and kill me, so we might be able to do an ambush.
I hear the Gaddafi.
Lord of the Phoenix Court.
Moved all that this turn already. That looks good. And then when we get close to White Tower, I'm gonna pop Invocation of All. And then after this turn, we won't have the diplomatic penalty with the other High Elves. Now, watching Arnessa is going to be important because there is a good chance that Arnessa is going to try to fight us. If she ends up trying to fight us, that's going to be kind of a problem. We don't really want that war on two fronts. Does she have the movement range? No, she does not. Instead, it's going to ambush. That is okay. All I got to do is not trigger that ambush. But we know she's right there. In terms of technologies, this is also good for Lothar and Seaguard, which we'll still get.
Ready to serve.
Oh, never mind. It's spending money we don't need.
At your service. Your orders are reasonable. Misguided.
Still kind of wondering what's going on there.
Yeah.
Thank you for the follow.
Protector of the Everqueen.
Okay, so
What orders?
we're gonna return that with an ambush. See what happens. We need to get rid of that shit.
The gods are with us.
That gold mine is really, really tempting. That's the port, and I have a feeling we're gonna lose it if I built the gold mine there. Without building walls first. Remember, something over confidence. Meanwhile, though, High Elves should start liking us again, depending on who they are.
I'm waiting.
They'll pop back.
Queen, the true of heart always find a
Just gotta give them a chance.
Why must you turn against your own kind?
Give diplomatic protocol states.
No. Okay, so we're gonna wait and see what she does. Remember, she is sitting right there as an ambush. Avoid stairs. Man, that was a pretty fun bug. Interestingly enough, we don't have the reinforcements from the city, which is kind of odd. We should have. That's okay. We basically have pretty even armies here, actually. The difference is we're smarter and they're not. The only unit we really need to worry about is the Sword Masters. Sword Masters, despite having a bronze shield, are pretty squishy to arrow fire. So that's something we're going to have to worry about. But other than that, it should be relatively cut and dry. If we keep our losses low here, we should be able to follow this up with a siege. That stairs bug was great, though. Okay, we're going to deploy towards the high ground, I think. No, actually, I like this better. Nice and level here. A little bit of an arch here, and also just enough range to keep them
Without fail.
in our grasp.
We will obey.
Sorry, I'm not memeing as hard as I usually do, boys. Gotta be, professional and shit.
Archers. Look, our units patrol the...
Yeah, this seems okay to me. We're gonna spread the spearmen out a little bit more and angle them.
Orders received. Acknowledged. Quickly now.
Actually want to hit this. This is going to be the core of the army. The more they slow down, the more shots we're going to get before it becomes necessary to kill them.
Without fail. Noble. Spearmen.
Oh, man.
Archers. Kill them.
Nice thing is that Lothar and Seaguard have slightly lower range than archers do.
Spearmen.
The defining term is slightly.
Advance.
Sword of the Asur. Advance.
Orders understood. Setting forth.
For duty.
It will be done.
Loyal.
As you say.
Spearmen. We advance. For the king. Orders received. You refer.
For the king. Without fail. It will be done.
I have him fight the Sword Masters, which is right here. Oh god, that's gonna be. Oh god. Actually, have too many units dedicated over here.
Without question.
For duty. Lacoy. Pull back.
Yeah, that's not good.
We will obey. For duty.
Destroy them.
Spearmen. By your command.
Lacoy.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Tyrion's got this big shit.
Slavish, take you.
Very well.
That was nice.
Archers,
Understood.
to the fray!
As you say, for duty.
We advance!
Eagle Claw. Acknowledged.
Make open proud! Seal!
That Phoenix is a little bit of trouble.
It shall be done. Acknowledge.
By a little bit, I mean a lot.
Sunfang lusts for battle. Charge! To victory! Archers!
Resolve is failing.
It will be done. For Ulthuan.
I don't know why he didn't get in
Orders
there.
received. Spearmen! For Ulthuan! Doing my duty.
Archers. For order.
It will be done. Archers! Attack! Ulthuan! Dauntless! By your command!
No, this is educational shooter. So play Vortex because this is theoretically the first campaign that
Orders received.
that somebody new to Total War Warhammer 2 would play.
Death to all!
Hey, TJ. What's up, man?
Spearmen,
How you
we
feeling?
will obey without fail.
Forward.
No mods. This is 100% vanilla.
Valerian, Sword of the Asur.
Vanilla and educational. So if you got questions, fire away, boys. Might have covered it earlier in the stream, but that's okay.
Orders received. Yes.
Noble.
So it's Vortex for the first High Elf playthrough, or not playthrough, but the first day. Only because this is, in theory, the first campaign that anyone new to Warhammer would play. Sure, TJ. Although you're going to need to text it to me. Still decisive, huh? You ever use archers with armor, or are they a waste of money? The ones with armor are a little bit of a waste of money because the regular archers are going to do just fine. Is it best to have all heroes in an army, or what heroes are good? What heroes are good is kind of subjective to what faction you're playing. Heroes in the army, I personally only like to do up to 2, and usually one of those 2 heroes is going to be a mage. In the High Elves case, probably either Heavens or Life. Usually Life, actually. I take that back.
The gods are pleased.
However, depending on what hero it is, that hero may be very, 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 very good on the campaign map rather than... might be very good on the campaign map rather than in an army. In Tyrion's case, I have a noble in his army because the noble is giving casualty replenishment, and High Elves have really shitty casualty replenishment. So it's a way to keep us going at full steam. Would you say if someone is enjoying the game, their first DLC purchase should basically be Warhammer 1 for the 4 races, actually 5, and Mortal Empires? If you can get it on sale, possibly.
Lend us your strength.
Yeah, see, there's the Sword Masters. That's kind of a harder question to answer. probably only because I think that Mortal Empires is generally speaking the superior map. Plus, you're getting a lot of bang for your buck with all those different races. So yeah, probably.
I was born for greatness.
I'll try to kill her, snipe her. Oh my god, she didn't retreat. Hot damn. I think we can win this without many casualties.
There is glory to be won.
Separate video for Magic. To be fair, like, what all would you want to see in a Magic video? Because you've already got that. That's like the main one. Damn, TJ. Living the college life, man. Glad to hear you're doing well, man. I think breakdown of each of the lores is kind of subjective. Because some of the lores are created with the race that they're meant for in mind.
Archers.
I mean, I think Magic is a little bit too long to explain each of the different abilities, especially because there's a lot of them that kind of just fall under generic stuff. Like, do you want to use said vortex? Well, I mean, would you use a vortex here or not? You know, it doesn't really matter which vortex you would use. So talking about like chain lightning and not Fate of Buna, Purple Sun, all that shit. They're all essentially the same. They all essentially play the same way. They just belong to different lores. And it's kind of the same thing for like debuff and buffing Magic. You've always got those like real shiners that are always going to be really good. And then other ones that are like, I mean, it's still a debuff buffing spell. Would you use a debuff buffing spell in X scenario? Yes or no? So, I don't know. I think the only faction that talking about Magic really warrants is Vampire Counts. Vampires and Vampire Coast. The only ones whose play style is basically required to learn how to play use Magic appropriately. Other than that, though, everybody else just enjoys Magic except for dwarves. The vampires are designed around it, so they're a bit of an exception.
We will obey. Purify!
Every race essentially breaks down in a number of ways and what it's good with and what it isn't good with. You can actually kind of like break it down on like a chart. You know, what do you like and what don't you like, and then find a race that goes appropriately with that. That's kind of how nice it is to have so many different factions in the game. They do have lore of organ guns, that's true. I'm hoping that the Slan Shitty Magic changes this this DLC. I'm really hoping it is. Sure. You can post a link. Oh, a nerd sub? Sure. That's all you had to say. Your rate fitness. Beautiful bastard.
Heir of Anarian, by Asurian. say.
Tyrion backhand.
Annihilate them.
Stop it.
As you say. Ancestors be praised. Slaves are always useful.
Tradition is maintained.
Question is, can we
Protector
take
of the
White
Evergreen.
Tower quickly?
A mighty warrior.
Yeah, we should be able
Ever vigilant.
to. Can we pop? Yeah. I think. Yes, we can. Alright, so this is Invocation of All. The Dilemma will offer a powerful magical item. Come on, big money. Alright. Reaver Bow, no. Jewel of Dusk, I don't even know why that's a crafted item. Crown of Authority is actually pretty good. Amulet of Foresight. The problem with getting Crown of Authority is that I want to put it on Tyrion. I guess Tyrion's not going to have the dragon armor for a while. The Crown of Authority may not be a bad idea. Otherwise, I'd go Amulet of Foresight for Tyrion, because Tyrion doesn't have a magical amulet. I think we're going to go Crown of Authority, because I always like the Crown of Authority.
Tyrion, heir of an area.
She doesn't have armor anyway, so.
The Assur have triumphed. To victory.
Okay, and the whole point of doing that is so that we can break down these shitty walls. Put the banner on him.
I lust for battle.
Anywhere Shooter goes has to be cool. Yeah, alright. Keep letting that Aussie ego just swell and swell and swell.
Archers! Acknowledge!
Loyal.
Yeah, this approach is not going to be cheesy like the last one.
Orders received!
I do love delicious dairy products, though.
Archers! Without fail! Orders received! For duty! Loyal! Lacoy!
Ancestors.
By That does not do what I thought it was going to do.
Of Anarian. Spearmen.
What I
Archers.
hoped it would do.
Azure, attack! Understood.
Yes.
It did. It does. It still does. But I don't think that that's a very good spot to do it. I was hoping it would just blow the gate open.
For duty!
To the fray.
Archers! For the Everqueen!
Mass Lothar and Sigurd? Come on. What about sisters, bruh?
Awaits!
I forgot sisters. Alright, so what are you going to do when your economy can't handle Lothar and Sigurd early game?
Onwards
What
to
are you going to do?
Seal.
Are you right? I mean, ish. It's kind of like if this were a test, you get 50%. Give you a 50%. It's half right. But it's an important start place to start. Yeah, but sisters do have a shit ton of armor piercing damage. And that's what you need them for. You're using Lothar and Sigurd for their bows, not their spears. Their spears are just a backup plan. Go ahead, Shuda. Sisters of the front line of Sigurd? It works. Kind of expensive.
Fear the might of Ulthuan.
And
Occupy his
White
place.
Tower.
Protector of the Everqueen.
Ah, all right. Now we get to talk about Bloodline of Anarian versus Majesty of Ulthuan. So, here's the fun part about Tyrion. Tyrion is flexible because both Bloodline of Ulthuan and, Bloodline of Anarian and Majesty of Ulthuan are both actually decent lines, but they lock each other out if you pick one or the other. Okay. For a more experienced player, Bloodline is definitely the better of the two because Bloodline makes Tyrion into a melee god. Bonus 25% health, physical resistance, more melee attack, weapon strength, bonus against large, weapon strength. This is boring. Don't get this one. But of course, it is public order minuses. So it's not always the best thing for a new player who doesn't understand exactly what's happening. However, once you understand how to pimp out lords, especially Tyrion, Bloodline is going to be the better of the two. But it condenses all of his points into him. Okay, all of his bonuses only affect him. However, Majesty of Ulthuan starts off kind of shitty. But Unifier allows you to confederate with other High Elves way better. The Public Order is also good because, as I said before, that's kind of a problem with High Elves. A sense of urgency is a further reduction of global recruitment, so you're allowed to just recruit armies wherever the hell you want a lot faster. And upkeep minus 10% is amazing for all armies. So that kind of helps with taxes and being able to field more armies. So if you're a new player, Majesty of Ulthuan is not a bad idea. It's not like Malekith, who we're going to talk about later on, who really only has one real right answer. Both Tyrion's lines do have worthy causes. So it is up to you, and depending on how you feel. If you're not confident in using Tyrion as a melee lord and using him as a melee monster, then don't choose Bloodline of Venerian. Instead, focus on the economy side and just playing an overall good game of Warhammer to learn how to play the game. However, once you're a bit more experienced and understand what the hell you're doing, definitely give Bloodline of Venerian a chance. It's a very, very strong skill point tree, even though it looks kind of shitty because of the public order penalties. So, keep that in mind. I'm going to go Bloodline. So it won't really matter. But we are still going to do it anyway.
Make us strong.
I hear the Gaddafi.
Ready to swordfish.
She's baiting. She wants to attack me, but she's not going to.
Those who speak the truth.
We'll check in
What do you
on
seek from the Asura,
diplomacy.
traveler?
Myth, I don't remember specifically, but thank you. I'll be going over Skaven next couple of days, actually, I think. This is an educational stream for those of you who are new and tuning in and shit like that. So this is going to go on YouTube to discuss how you play High Elves and get started in Warhammer 2. So, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. Come on, don't fight me yet.
Choose your word.
Okay, that's all right. We'll deal with her later. But I'm glad that you did well with the advice, Myth. I'm glad I could help. That's honestly, that's what I enjoy anymore, is helping people play the game better. I don't even necessarily enjoy playing it as much. Hopefully that will change soon with the new DLC. Chris Rat. That's a good name.
Ready to serve. I serve the king.
Serve the king. Problem is, I can't actually see with the rest of her what she's got. She probably doesn't have anything good.
Ridiculous.
We're gonna let this continue to siege until they actually get to Lothran. Lothran's got a good garrison. I'm not too worried about it.
Kish spellcaster. Kish guides me.
That should be okay. The rebellion might actually pop up and deal with that themselves.
The Reaper.
Wait to heal, and then we can hit Torfinu next. Main strength and focus of the elves. For high elves themselves, they're an incredibly flexible race that start in a fantastic position like that. They're basically the intro faction of Warhammer 2. They don't have any glaring weakness. That's like the thing. They don't have like necessarily the strongest of anything, but they're fantastic at just picking up whatever it is that. Oh, there it goes. You pick that? After, of course. But they do have fantastic choices. So they're definitely a good place to start for anyone who is not experienced with the game at all.
Your instructions?
Oh, she's actually sieging me.
No, not this.
For the king.
I'm actually curious. That is a lot of Sartosa militia. I think we could win this, but I'm wondering if it would just be better to fight it within the walls. Or we will let the rebellion come and fight her first, because I think the rebellion's going to come.
We have nothing to fear.
Try to fight first.
Misguided.
Shield against the darkness. Alario.
Impossible.
Of course.
I cannot obey.
No mods.
What orders? To victory.
This is going to be kind of a rough one. Vanilla? I mean, considering that this is a tutorial for new players who have never played the game before,
Bring me battle.
I'm pretty sure Vanilla's the way that's supposed to be played. Rebellions always stay in the region it spawned in. Generally speaking, there are some odd circumstances where that's not true, but it's usually the case. They'll stay right there. Sometimes you can't always predict what they'll end up doing. Sometimes they'll go and try to pick fights with other factions and stuff and walk out that far. Just put newbies straight in an SFO. Boy, that's an incredibly dumb idea.
As you say. It shall be done.
Arian.
Not like Steel Faith is not a completely from the ground up different game. Besides, Vanilla is not that bad. And by contrast, I can't say that Steel Faith is that good either.
Acknowledged. Steel.
Spearmen.
Loyal. Archers.
Heir of Anarian. Spearmen.
Archers. For all one.
Well, that's exactly the thing, Myth. There isn't necessarily anything wrong with Vanilla. It's honestly a matter of preference. Whether or not you think somebody else's balance is better than CA's. I'm not saying CA is perfect by any means. There we go. Oh, that was nice.
Spearmen. Azar, advance.
It shall be done. We will obey. For our ancestors.
Tireless. I go.
If ready.
It shall be done. For Azorian.
Archers. Steel. It will be done.
Are we still walking? Okay.
Quickly
I
now.
didn't realize it was that far away, but okay. Well, isn't that a good
For
thing
all one.
about moving?
Champion of Alaria. Signer.
or rather about having additional income.
Archers! For Assyria!
I know moving's scary, but ultimately it's always for a better thing.
Spearmen! Following orders!
Oh, it just attempts to give High Elves even more flavor.
Acknowledge!
High Elves already have a shit ton of flavor, to be honest.
By your command!
I dove that into spears. That is not a good decision. Not saying that there isn't tons of great mods.
For Ulthuan!
But I try to stream educationally, or at least to give people an idea of what the game is like default. So that when they stream, or then they come into the stream and go, how are you doing this on Legendary? I don't have to go, oh, well, you see, I have this mod here, and oh shit, I got this other mod, and the, oh fuck. Well, I guess, yeah, so in your game it's gonna be a little bit different, or if I wasn't streaming it, I'd probably play with mods. But if people want to learn the game, there's literally no better way to do that than to watch somebody who's playing exactly the same thing as they are and then be able to ask questions so that I can show them, hey, this is how you do it.
Acknowledged! It shall be done!
Oh yeah, I forgot I had this. Actually, we have a unit on the wall still. Yes, but not really. Problem is I have no good place of putting this. Actually, that might be okay.
It is done.
They win as exiles. Be patient. Overwhelm them with shitty skeleton units. That went a lot longer than I thought it was going to. Elves just had a campaign on Legendary. Said he was bored as fuck.
Noble Lord!
He actually just straight up told me don't play it because it's boring as shit.
Assure warrior!
Hi, Arc Lord. Thank you for the host, man. I got a shout out for Arc Lord, please.
Acknowledge!
Sorry, man.
Moving
I'm
out.
focusing.
For duty! We will obey!
Elves getting drunk would surprise me. I would too if I was playing Exiles. I'm not a big fan of Tomb Kings as it is anyway. Not that I hate them. I just don't enjoy them like I enjoy other factions. It's just not the same.
Without question.
This bolt thrower's not really doing anything.
Son of Ulthuan! Noble! I shall!
I won't do that without damaging my own units by accident. Yeah, it's not even about that. I just don't like disposable armies. Disposable armies to me feel shitty. I like quality over quantity. Not that, like I said, Tomb Kings are a bad faction. It's just not somebody that I enjoy. Yeah, just not in their playstyle. That's all. They're a very well designed faction. Like, like design-wise, there's nothing wrong with them at all. They're a very well-designed faction. It's not a faction that I like playing.
To all!
Shield of the Everqueen, to glory! Eager for battle, doing my duty.
Yeah, the constructs are a good part of it.
At once.
Yeah, I don't enjoy Skaven that much either. I enjoy Skaven more because I can enjoy the shitty artillery spam. Because that's hilarious. But no, not very much. I was stupid and dove my... Okay, well, he's going to detonate. It's okay, little birdie. Alright, let's go ahead and rebirth. Rebirth? Question mark? Either rebirth or get off the pot here, man.
Heir of Anarion, glory awaits! Noble born! Noble!
Nope, didn't rebirth.
For order!
That's okay. 6 plague claws. Yep, 6 plague claws, 2 warp lightnings. Works every time.
Noble! The king!
Loyal ancestors! Archers! Eagle Claw!
Yeah, of any of the lords, I think I like Skrulk the most.
Fail. Orders received.
Skrulk is a more traditional approach to Skaven. Magic and catapults.
Glory awaits. No
He would be like the
mercy.
traditional Skaven dream.
Spearman, it will be done. On me, servant of light. For order. Spearman for Assyria.
Archers! Forward! Ancestors!
Heir of Anarion.
This is a pretty bloody battle.
Assure warrior to victory.
Arclord, I mean, appreciating vampire counts is, you know, something people with taste like to do. Vampire counts. Yes, please.
Spearman! It will be done!
There's the master out. Gimler, not a big fan. Why have him when you can have an actual vampire who does everything he does except summons a decent White King? His new star position's neato, though.
A glorious victory.
That's at least the thing. Ah, so you don't throw away armies as vampires. That's the thing.
Occupy this place, Tyrion, heir of Anarion.
Besides, the difference between vampire counts and other disposable armies is that skeletons don't rout. The thing is that you can use magic to keep them rooted in place. The whole play style of vampire count infantry is tar pit. Their infantry is okay-ish, but when they're backed up by invocation to heck, they're amazing. The goal of vampire count should be to throw away every army. You could if those armies were
The
completely
Asher
free,
are troubled.
but otherwise, no.
Protector of the Everqueen.
Blood Knights are amazing. Vargeists are probably my favorite unit in the entire game. Yeah, Blood Knights are an incredibly solid
Their skill
unit.
is legend.
Blood Knights should always be feared, pretty much no matter what the situation is.
Defender of Ulfwan.
Oh right, we're caught off.
The winds are rising.
Black Coach, yeah, Black Coach is in the game. It's garbage, but it is in the game.
Don't you dare. Mage of Ulfwan. Our enemies will suffer.
A true Asur.
Is it unpopular because you can't actually use 10 Besses, or? Yeah, Black Coach looks great. Like, it's got great
You
style
must
points.
Restore order.
It's got garbage actual points. Which is sad because I want to use the Black Coach. Is a really good use it. Is a really good unit, I mean. 19 Vargeist. What dreams are made of, man. They're a tier 3 unit now, Arc Lord. They're tier 2 in vanilla, or in Warhammer 1. How do you decide when to upgrade buildings and when to save gold? Part of it is just experience, knowing that you know, there's certain times that I want to be upgrading things and certain times that I'm not going to want to. More or less, it's just having an idea in my head of what is the priority and where that priority is, and whether or not the other things I could be upgrading are actually worth it or not. To be fair, Arc Lord, Vargeist should be a tier 3 unit. If they are still a tier 2, they were just insane. Vargeists are downright stupid good. Gotta do math? Well, that is an unfortunate aspect of things, but yeah, math is definitely an issue. Especially for us NA folks. Hey Kona, brother. Hey Kona. Lester Skaven, where the only thing you upgrade in mine citadels beyond these walls? Oh. Building walls everywhere, right? Blood and Nero? I hope.
Eagle Claw. Acknowledged.
Also, can we talk about for a moment about how we still haven't had a leak? I mean, that's pretty fucking amazing. Pretty amazing. We haven't leaked.
Loven Seaguard.
White
A leak for the new DLC.
understood.
Eldritch didn't leak anything.
It shall be done.
It was an accident. Although it was pretty amazing how many people got butthurt about it.
Acknowledged.
Or at least the norm. They used to be. They're not anymore.
Eagle Claw. As you
They basically reduced it. Basically reduced people knowing. Like, in theory, if this was like 2 years ago, I would already know what the DLC is. But because all the other the last one wasn't. Empire Coast wasn't leaked.
Eagle Claw.
All the other DLCs were. But Not Vampire Coast. But basically, CA got tired of people leaking everything ahead of them. Yeah, we've had a couple good IMDb leaks, actually.
For duty! Attack!
This is Lothern. This ain't your average baby back bitch settlement.
Understood! Following orders! For order!
AI Swordmasters hurt a lot.
Swordmaster of Hoeth. Understood. Moving out. Son of Ulfwin.
Luckily, the AI is too stupid to actually use them effectively, though. We are a little bit in danger of losing this wall. Yep. Probably gonna lose this wall.
Swordmaster of Hoeth! Quickly now!
Prepare to back up.
As you say. Without question.
We will obey!
Oh god, assaulting Issa sucks, dude. I'm honestly not sure how you do that siege without cheesing it.
Orders received. Asa, forward.
Honestly, attacking Itza without 8, I would honestly bring a second army with more Plague Claws. On Legendary, Itza is such a tough nut to crack. Who live? The humans. Humans are cattle. The vampires' cattle. So you're right that they are basically like small entities. You know, vampires being special and shit like that.
Swordmaster of Hoeth!
The rest are like humans and shit.
Orders received. For the king. Orders received. March. Moving out.
We actually talked about it before. Living in Sylvania is actually not that bad. It's actually comparable to a lot of other places.
Loven Seagull!
As stupid as that may sound.
Death to all!
White lions. March. We away. It shall be done. As you say. Understood. Acknowledged. To battle.
Where did vampirism originate? Originated with Nagash. Essentially, it was what Tomb Kings are. Tomb Kings are a different method of raising the dead. But both Tomb Kings and vampires are resultant of the same thing.
Swordmaster of Hoeth.
Nagash had an elixir of immortality that he learned, or that he figured out, and drank himself. And then, I don't remember who had the imperfected elixir of immortality or elixir of life or whatever, and it got fucked up because it wasn't quite the right one, and you got immortality out of it, but it came with the cost of having to drink blood in order to maintain said immortality. It might be Neferata, yeah. I can't remember exactly who it was.
Northern Sea Guard! Serve the king!
Oh, hi, Jimmy.
Hello, hello, hello. How goes it? Carrot underscore carrot.
It's a lily for you, isn't it? And Jimmy shows up and Nerfy immediately pops back up. Look at that shit. Look at the control you have of him, Jimmy. Look at the control you have over Nerfy. Undead zombies and shit aren't the same as vampires, and Tomb Kings obviously don't have to drink blood. Well, both of them were done through necromancy, but it's different for Tomb Kings. Tomb Kings have been trying to perfect immortality forever, and that was achieved through Nagash, who figured it out and basically did a mass resurrection. But those were the Tomb King souls are bound to their bodies, whereas regular zombies and shit like that are not bound. They're just puppets. Vampires prefer to control puppets. That's what they want. Vampires are very much in the idea of power and being able to control things, whereas Tomb Kings are still basically just living their lives as they were before they died. So I think there's a command for your Instagram too, Jimmy, I think. Anyways, got any nice shiny shit for you, boys? If you like models, you like Warhammer, check out Jimmy the Brush, because he's an amazing painter. He is an absolutely fucking bonkers ass. You son of a bitch. Think of the 5 gifted subs, Jimmy. Does it every time, man. Every fucking time. Every time. I'll come into your stream one of these days. Don't you worry. I just sleep a lot. Thank you for the 5 good subs. Welcome, boys. Welcome. 2 months, 1 month, 3 months, 1 month, 1 month. Seems good to me. Jimmy can roll a natural 20 on a 6-sided dice. If he's painting, yes, actually, yes. Let me bring up this Instagram really quick. Hey, look at this shit. Look at the detail on that shit. All hand painted. No washes or anything like that. Hand painted. I actually really like this. I really like the colors on this. That was really cool. Look at this artwork, guys. Come on. Come on. And that man streams on Twitch. I know, it's shocking, but he does. You should check him out. And look at this. He did this. Zone 2 hands. I'm lucky just to put my pants on every day. Goddamn artist, man. Let's go down to the boat. Oh, yeah, I got it. Thank you, Jimmy. Yeah. So, Jimmy the Brush. Go hit that follow button. Go hit that follow button. That's a cool boat. That was a really cool boat. Oh, cool. I don't remember why, but thanks. Oh, Ramadan. Okay, cool. Oh, I'm definitely wearing pants. I don't stream without pants on.
Absurd.
Tyrion, heir of an Aryan.
I wish I didn't stream without with pants on, but no, I definitely do. I definitely do.
Oh, yeah.
That was what I need to do. Thank you for the follow. Oh god, Gerkorum doesn't stream. We could wait out now. Because globaling 1 is expensive. Oh, sure, whatever. Not quite a phoenix, but close enough, I guess.
For orders.
Oddly enough,
What orders?
called Shadow Peak, up in the mountains, is still just a temperate island. Skirts only.
Oriah,
That would be pretty funny.
by Assurian.
And now, Jimmy, that's going to be forever
Bring
cemented
me
in a how-to
battle.
guide to play High Elves. Is going to be a plug to your Twitch. Picked a good day to gift 5 subs. Tomorrow, I think, is Lizardman. I don't remember what the order is. It's either Lizardman or Dark Elves. But I'm going to go down the order of
Heir of an Aryan.
Mortal Empires.
Orders received.
Archers. We will obey. Heir of an Aryan. Acknowledged. Archers. It will be done. We will obey without fail.
Not too bad.
Understood. As you say. Ancestors! Attack! Archers,
Understood.
without fail. To the fray! Lakoi! Tyrion!
Tyrion!
Understood. Honor bound.
Bird slide reminds me a little bit of never mind.
Warrior! Heir of an Aryan. Archers! Warrior! Orders understood. Alariel! For our ancestors! Forward! Victory awaits!
Victory awaits, bitch.
As you say.
Spearman.
It will be done. Apace
Mm-hmm. Glory of High Elves.
Assure, warrior.
Archers, archers, and more archers. And then some magic, and then some dragons, and, you know, whatever else suits your fancy.
Orders received. By Alariel.
Man, I'm gonna call it. I'm gonna go ahead and call it now, and make sure there's no leaks yet. Okay, cool. Anyways, my call is it's gonna be Ikit Kaw and Tiniwan, the Prophet of Sotek. DLC is going to be either called The Serpent and the Rat or The Prophet and the Warlock. Yeah, something like that. Or like The Seer and the Warlock or something like that. And Lord Crocus, the free LC.
The Assure have
That's my
triumphed.
that's my money. That's my bet.
To the victor the spoils.
Please, for the love of God, put Lord Croak in the game. Where's CJ to start shitting on Lord Croak dreams? Safe guesses? Really? Lord Croak is a safe guess for Nerfy? You sure about that?
You must restore order.
Let's see how long it takes Styrian to realize I'm ignoring his Tomb King comments. Warhammer 3 announcement? No, we're not getting a Warhammer 3 announcement until at least summer.
The people are restive.
We're not going to get it anytime soon
I hear the Kadaf.
because you have to remember that they're going to ride the hype train of Three Kingdoms for a little while.
You
You got to think that it's going to release May 23rd. It wouldn't make any sense to release their next major installment in the Warhammer trilogy, you know, less than 6 weeks after they just released another $60 game. Know what I'm saying? You can dream.
The Assa are
No one's
troubled.
stopping you from dreaming.
I bid you welcome.
Oh, sorry, Bloodonier. I saw you at me and I missed it. I'm sorry. For those early, for the grinding mob pit games like Dwarves versus Orcs early, do you focus down the lore of your archers or specific blobs? Blobs, and honestly, Dwarves' main DPS is their ranged. So hopefully it doesn't become a thing where they're going to be forming, like it's going to be a mosh pity thing. That's the hope. Dwarves should still form a nice clean line still. Much like Elves, Dwarves' main DPS comes in their ranged. But anytime that you get to be able to focus things into blobs, archers, or magic for that matter, it's always better. Valari already took Phoenix Gate. Does that mean you can't get the Heart of Avalorn for Tyrion? Yeah, probably. Well, you could always Confederate her. It might still count that way, Mystic One. Don't know. That's a secret quest, isn't it?
We're under siege.
They must die for order.
Are you
Slavery isn't for us.
turtling in the back? Like corner camping?
Order must be maintained.
May not seem like a good answer. Then spears? I mean,
Can I offer assistance?
I'm gonna be honest with you. Dwarves don't need spears. Dwarves are perfectly fine without them. Dwarves anti-large comes in the form of guns. Guns and more guns.
Restore order. Shield against the darkness. For my queen. Assyrian smiles upon me.
By Hoeth.
Generally, yeah. Just bring more guns. I mean, that's honestly how dwarves play. Bring more guns. I mean, when you have an infantry unit like Ironbreakers have an incredibly high health pool, armor, silver shield, and melee defense. And leadership. It's really hard to want for any kind of like anti-large and shit like that. Can't shoot over their stubby heads. They should be able to. Dwarves are kind of an exception to that rule. They should be able to. And if they can't, you can still flank with them. Ever see 2 units of Thunderers shoot a giant? You can see it for about 7 seconds. Excellent. That's what I was hoping for. Now, did that actually do any actual damage?
Don't you dare.
It did some.
Lord of the Phoenix Court.
I'm tempted to sally out against her, but I think her...
Want to slit throat?
Highborn.
How many do we have? Returns? We can wait to see if she'll finish it.
Servant of the
Good chance she'll still finish it.
A mighty warrior.
Remember, melee defense is always like... Every point of melee defense is... I don't know what mathematically it breaks down to, but it's worth a lot. A lot. So if ever you can,
No mercy.
melee defense.
Ulf one. Sunfang hungers.
So angry with Sunfang. I have to be at work in a few hours. It's not a few hours. I do still get to sleep. However, that does mean that things are going to start winding down here. So, I guess at the end of this battle, if you guys are new to Warhammer or whatever, feel free to ask questions. This is an educational stream.
Without fail.
So, feel free to ask. Don't be shy. Weird maps like where it's really fun. You put the organ guns or flame cannons to the front line, just put a melee forward as the enemy closes in. That is true.
Archers.
It's risky, but it is true. Why do I think that it'd be odd to make Skink the headliner and Croak for LC? It might actually work if Croak was part of a larger free LC fix in this land. That's the way I see it. Personally, Gogorum, the reason that I think it is that when you talk about rivalries between factions, based on what all the DLC has been, that's like the core, right? The core is, you know, things like Skarsnik and Balagar. They hate each other more than anything else, right? That's all their rivalry is based upon. When it comes to hating Skaven, which is going to be a racial hatred between Skaven and Lizardmen, when it boils down to that, who is a better pick than the Prophet of Sotek, who spends every waking moment figuring out how to butcher more Skaven? I agree that in my heart, Croak is a much bigger, like a paid DLC. But in terms of factional flavoring for the DLC pack, I don't see a reason why it wouldn't be anyone. And that, by the way, is coming from, I don't really want anyone, actually. Like a skink lord, I don't really care about having a skink lord. But in terms of like flavor, I don't really see any other option.
It will be done. For duty.
Because personally, I'd rather have someone else, actually. I'd be okay with Gorok, honestly. I'd be alright with Gorok and Croak or something like that, rather than Tennywan. But I just don't see that as... I just don't see that as being a thing.
Spearman. For order. Sword of the Asur.
Because actually, I would like Gorok to be like an on-foot Krokgar. And then you have Krokgar.
Loyal for the Ever Queen.
But unfortunately, I don't think that things are going to work out that way.
Without question. As you say. Quickly now. Loyal. Orders received.
And in terms of like a DLC, and I know that we've been disappointed before in terms of DLC, or in terms of DLC, so it wouldn't surprise me at all if it's not Croak and it is Gorok or somebody like that. That's okay. If you had to predict 2 new units each faction would get, what would they be? Wait a minute. What do you mean by each faction? You mean Lizardmen and Skaven, or you mean all factions?
Spearman. March.
I assume you mean Lizardmen and Skaven, right?
Archers.
This is Skaven. Okay. Skaven is way easier. Skaven is Giselles and Rattling Gunners.
For the king. For duty.
Giselles and Rattling Gunners make a ton of sense for Skaven.
Of light.
Especially because in terms of Rattling Gunners, we already basically have the model in the form of the Deck Gunners. I honestly believe that Deck Gunners are an early test for figuring out if they could make Rattling Gunners work. And I think they do. If you watch the firing animation of Deck Gunners, it kind of looks like if you sped that up a little bit, it could be a minigun. It could definitely be a minigun. So, so that's what I think for sure for Skaven. As for Lizardmen, Lizardmen's a little bit harder to say because I don't feel that Lizardmen have as a glaring weakness in their roster as Skaven do. Skaven missing their steampunky artillery or small arms guns feels very wanting. It feels like they are missing a part of their soul. So in that case, I think it's a lot more easier to say that's what Skaven are missing and that's what they should get. For lizards, the only one that I know that I for sure want, I think, is a Razordon. And I want to say a Razordon over a Salamander because I think that armor-piercing shots, like a short-ranged artillery, something like almost like a solar engine, the Stylodon, sort of like that, but as an armor-piercing missile instead. So it'd be like a monster pack of like 4. I don't really see salamanders because I don't really see the point of giving lizardmen salamanders.
Occupy this
It's true that they had them on tabletop. I just don't really see like where that really is needed in their identity as a faction.
Shield against the darkness.
Granted, I guess you could make that argument about a number of other DLC units that we've gotten, but I don't really see where that's that critical to their roster. The other possibility is Troglodons or Ripperdactyls. Salamander burning might be cute against Vampire Region. It's possible. I mean, yeah, the Flaming Lizards is hella cool, don't get me wrong. The thing is that I don't really see where they need that in their roster. I'm looking at it from a strategic point of view. If we're looking at it from a coolness point of view, hell yeah, give me Salamanders. Fuck yeah, those things are going to look awesome.
We are in great danger.
But
Lord of the Phoenix Court.
hard to say.
Mouth full of urchin.
Like I said, I'm looking at things purely from
Pain will
like
find
what that
you.
roster could use. Roster be cooler? I mean, would you want it cooler or do you want it more functional? I'm looking for functional. Thinking Ripperdactyls because one of the devs mentioned it offhandedly on Reddit. Oh, can you find me proof on that? I mean, come on, Ripperdactyls are not going to be nearly as cool as
For the king.
they're not going to be nearly as cool. Come on, Vargeist are way too cool. There's no way Ripperdactyls are going to get that cool. I would just like a Lizardman flying unit that isn't just like kind of shitty. I say kind of shitty. Fire Leech Bolas are a good unit, but they're incredibly squishy against literally everything. If there's anything that can do damage to a Fire Leech Bola, it will, and it will kill it. I mean, they have no armor and very small models, or very few models with very low health. So any kind of concentrated arrow fire or just sling fire or any kind of fire kills them. So the only realm which Fire Leech Bolas are actually really cool is against like Vampire Counts. And even then it's if they don't have Felt Bats. Alright. I just like proof, Lamberlord, that's all. Or Ripperdactyls and a Bastillodon with Arc of Sotek. An Arc of Sotek would be really cool, Grigorum. I just don't know how they would pull that off. Like, I don't know exactly how you would put it in the game. Right, no, I understand that, Lemur Lord. Just the fact that it was on his mind, though, is pretty important information. We talking Icket? Not necessarily, but yes. In a roundabout way, we're talking about Icket, yes. Thank you, Lemur. 15 days ago, huh? Interesting. What's on his mind? Interesting. Thank you, Lemur Lord. As always, I appreciate any kind of actual proof. As I don't like running around and, you know, spreading false rumors. As much as possible. In Art of Sota, actually, I would also enjoy an Engine of the Gods. I really like the engine of the old engine of the old gods. I think we're actually just gonna line it up.
Archers!
Yeah, a new starting location for both Thank you for the 1,000 biddies, Mystic One. Spread false rumors.
Spearman!
Oh man,
Acknowledged!
I wish. I don't even have any good false rumors. But thank you for the 1,000 biddies.
Spearman! It will be done!
Actually, I have so many units here.
Prince of Elfwan.
They have a lot of free company militia, which is not going to do much here. Skaven protect the gold? What kind of Skaven are these? Yeah, that's what I think, Kagura. It's been an Empire pack the whole time. Man, I gotta be honest. I was pretty disappointed when they were talking about updating Bretonia. Not that I don't think Bretonia couldn't use a little bit of love and some changes, but I was really looking forward to a new empire. Hey, Demir. I was really looking forward to a new empire. Is that a bloaty boy? It is a bloaty boy.
Archers, you're fair.
Watching a lot of Asmongold. Isn't he not streaming at the moment because of real life things? Someday, yeah, we'll get Toddy, but it won't be soon. Someday we'll get Todd. He took my fucking eye! I know, Demir. Some days I miss streaming. Some days I don't. Hoping this DLC gives me some good, strong passion, though. How am I? I'm alright, Breath. I'm alright. I'm going to be rounding it up and getting out of here pretty soon because I got to be at work at 10. It's already 1:40 a.m. my time.
For duty.
But, luckily, basically showed off how to start Elves, and that's the important thing. Yes, I should spend the rest of the stream talking about what I would do if I was finishing this campaign. Because this is an educational stream in which you can ask whatever questions you like, but of an educational nature.
Make Oathone proud.
Spearmen, it shall be done.
I wish I was off. I was off on the weekend. Why are vampire counts objectively the best faction? For the sake of being neutral, I'm gonna refrain from answering that question. Shut up, nerd. CA asked you to do some educational Warhammer streams? No. Actually. I did this of my own volition. CA has asked nothing of me. They've asked absolutely nothing of me. I wish they had, though. I wanted to do this because I know that we're going to get into Lizardmen, and then then people are going to come in and ask, "Oh, well, how do you play X faction?" And I got tired of giving generic answers. Or trying to explain it basically every stream.
Weapons ready.
So. No stream? Yeah, I know, Nerfy. Yeah, I know. I'm trying to be better, Nerfy, okay? I'm trying. I don't know, Demir. I yell for Dark Elves, which is better. Objectively speaking, I think that's whichever you decide.
Loven Seaguard.
Personally speaking, High Elves. But, you know, it's not going to be everybody's answer. No, I should be streaming, Demir. Not Demir, nerd.
For our ancestors.
Objectively speaking, though, they're both pretty similar. So it is kind of a personal opinion. Dark it is then. There you go. I personally just don't enjoy Dark Elves that much. Not as fun for me. I actually thought I was going to like them a lot whenever I first started playing the game, but after I've played it enough times, it just doesn't feel the same to me. And I'll be honest, being lazy is way easier, nerd. So much easier. All right, before I begin talking about the rest of this campaign, any more questions? Serious questions, nerd. Any of you?
If what you seek is for the greater good, my sword
Sure,
is yours.
declare war. Okay, cool. Neat.
The great vortex is under attack, my lord. The winds of magic shriek and eddy about it in strange formations, for a mighty ritual is underway in some distant land. Find the whereabouts of those that...
When you want to make Tyrion a one-man killing machine, do you ignore the red skill tree? Hell no. Tyrion may be a one-man killing machine, but that doesn't mean that his army is still not a very important thing. Especially early game. He isn't going to be a one-man killing machine until, like, what, level 30-ish or so? Especially because you got to remember that they lowered all of these points down by 1. So it's way easier to get what you want out of his trees now. You don't have to go as hard before. I mean, at 2 points, you get 12 melee defense. Instead of 3 points anymore. So it's a lot easier to still make him a killing machine without that much of an investment. Get the colic syndrome, where he performs worse at the start than Archeon, who supports his army better. Exactly, Gregor. Exactly. And that is something that I guess I should have talked about a little bit more at the faction select screen. The idea is these tutorial videos are going to be about starting your campaign with a firm foundation. That doesn't necessarily mean that there isn't going to be a better lord who does things better. I think we're going to get a lot of shit when we talk about Empire, and everybody's going to be all about Balthazar Galt, and I'm going to play Franz, because it is all about the start of the campaign and springboarding the rest of things. Kolic is amazing, but Archeon is not even that good compared to Sigvald, who Sigvald allows you to get chosen super fast. So... shut up, leave my lord. So, I guess in ending, or getting close to ending, how I'd finish the rest of this, because this is only going to be a one-time stream thing, and that's what each of these educationals are going to be, a one-time stream to show, to start off. I mean, here we go, turn 28 or so, 15 settlements. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. We're at war with a couple of factions, but that's okay. That is perfectly okay at this point. So the next major thing would be probably dealing with Arnessa and kicking her off of Ulthuan, and then deciding where we want to kill. We probably the main things we need to finish off is get Arnessa off and probably push back to Sartosa, eliminating the Dark Elves, making sure that they stay off, and forming an alliance and eventual confederation with Alariel. The rest of the High Elves will kind of come in suit as we declare war on the other factions and we become strong enough. They'll fall in line in time, either through confederation or by the sword. It doesn't really matter. But the goal, no matter what, is Ulthuan remains High Elf. And that is what your goal would be, no matter what faction you're playing. Even Teclis. Teclis eventually wants to get back to Ulthuan and start confederating that shit and pushing onward. After that, you would probably start killing Dark Elves or finishing out the rituals if you're playing Vortex. You could conquer the world if you wanted to. That's a lot of shit to kill. But you could. It's definitely an option. Odd choices in here. Don't kill Kemri. Anyways, so those would be the next major things. The other thing I want to talk about is what are your late game comps going to look like? Because this is a fairly basic ass bitch army in which to be extremely efficient. Your early game armies are going to be all about efficiency. It's an incredibly cheap army. We're under what you start with as your background income. And this army has pretty much cleared everything up till this point. The only thing that was expensive was using that Phoenix, rather poorly, admittedly. But that was the only part of this army that was even a little bit expensive. The rest of this has been incredibly efficient, and that's what every game is going to be about, is being able to conquer as much territory as possible, as lean as possibly. The higher your income is, because the only reason why we even have kind of shitty income right now is simply because we have that second army. That second army, we'd be sitting at about 5.5 or 6k or so. And realistically, that was only to hold out here, which I did because I anticipated something going wrong, either from Arnessa or from rebellions. So, anyways, so late game armies. For a balanced army, for high elves, archery is still always going to be a backbone of their army, no matter what. So you're going to switch into Lothran Seaguard and then eventually into Sisters of Avalorn. The key difference, the main important difference, I think, between Sisters and Lothran Seaguard is that Lothran Seaguard have silver shields, which allow them to duel a little bit better with high elves and dark elves, actually. So if you do plan on killing dark elves, I would still keep a couple Lothran Seaguard because they are capable of dueling dark shards with shields. If you don't, anything that's like dark shards with shields are just going to obliterate your own ranged, and you can't really counter it very well. For a while, you're going to run around with Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers. Those will help, but eventually you're going to transition those into dragons. Look at Tyrion's army, actually. So ideally, your late game comp would still pack about 6 archers, 5 to 6 archers. It kind of depends. And I would probably do a 3-2 split if we go and fight dark elves. If we were worried about fighting chaos, like a heavily armored enemy, the focus would be on Sisters of Avalorn because they have much higher armor piercing damage. Sisters of Avalorn are the premier archer if you're looking for just straight DPS. Sisters of Avalorn are the premier killers for high elves. Supporting them is going to be a front line of either Phoenix Guard or Swordmasters. I tend to prefer Phoenix Guard because they are a lot tankier. Swordmasters are decent if you're running into a lot of heavy melee comps, since Swordmasters do obliterate things like Saurus, obviously other Swordmasters, Phoenix Guard, that kind of thing. So your comp is going to kind of depend on who you're fighting, but I would usually pack like 5 and 2, 5 Phoenix Guard and 2 Swordmasters. I would in my armies include either a handmaiden or a noble, because high elf replenishment is really shitty, and having just one of those 2 options in your army means that they are recovering much faster and not nearly as in danger of fighting weakened. Furthermore, I would pack a mage as well. Usually Lore of Life, although Lore of Heavens works very well with them, or Shadows. Shadows is also good. Yeah, that's the big thing about high elves, is that high elves have really good magic. So I'd pack one of those 3 just to give you some options. Honestly, I wish Tyrion had magic, and that is a perk of playing Alarielle because she's not that bad in melee. She's okay, but she does have great magic. She just has kind of a rougher start. And then it kind of depends on what you want to fill out. Dragon Princes are a good cav unit. You can use them if you want, or you can just, go heavy with the meme and go with dragons. Star Dragons are going to be the best overall if you can afford them. Don't be afraid to pack like 4. You can use them instead of dragon princes. Although if you're looking for a more traditional route, dragon princes are still a perfectly good unit. So that's what your average late game army would look like. You can adjust things however you wish. Just know that those are the ideal units you're going to want to use late game. Let's see. We talked about uniting the islands. We talked about what future armies would be like. Typically, I only raise armies when my income is looking about 15k or so. You have to remember that a very important approach to Warhammer is having a boisterous economy to allow you to build more economy. You need to spend money to make money. It's kind of like if you open up a restaurant, you gotta buy an oven. Buying that oven allows you to now make a ton of money, right? You gotta spend that money in order to start bringing in customers and stuff. It's the same thing here. You've got to have a lean enough economy in order to be able to purchase more economic buildings, walls, defending your territory and stuff like that. It's about being efficient as possible. That's something that you're going to learn over time. What about those points you put in the red tree for those spearmen if you're going to swap them out for Phoenix Guard? It's okay because I know that Tyrion's going to get to level 40, and we're going to be using spearmen for a long time as Tyrion, so I don't mind putting a couple of points into spearmen. I don't feel that this is really that weak weak of a play for Tyrion. I think for your early game lords, usually your starter lord, that this is okay. That it's not really squandering points, because when you use those points, they were important, right? Because who knows how many battles or how many more spearmen I would have lost by this point if I didn't have that melee defense. That being said, though, I know Tyrion's going to hit level 40, so giving him the extra points later on for Master Strategist is not really that much of a problem. Tyrion's probably going to have quite a few points still left over that we can do generally whatever we want with him. So I'm not really that concerned about missing a couple of them. What's the best starter faction for new players in your opinion? This one. High Elves, which is why we started with this one. That's what this whole stream has all been about. What you would do when you first started playing the game. Tyrion, High Elves, Vortex. And then if you don't want to do Vortex, you want to do Mortal Empires instead and own Warhammer 1, Tyrion Mortal Empires. Either way, he is the default start, and he has an amazingly easy campaign. And it's okay if you struggle at first with him. That's okay. He's meant to teach you the game and teach you what you should be doing with things, and then learning from those experiences later on. Don't be afraid to fail. Never be afraid to fail in this game. Failure is you learning. This is just a video game. This isn't real life. So, as long as you're willing to pick the game back up and play it again, fail as many times as is needed until you learn how to do it or learn how to become better. I will say that playing on harder difficulties has taught me how to be better at the game because it's pushed me. And so if you are comfortable with being pushed, then by all means, try things on a harder difficulty. If you're getting your ship pushed in, at a lower difficulty. The Elves roster looks quite strong. It does, and that's why High Elves are the premier beginning faction, because they are such a well-rounded roster. They don't have any particularly strong weaknesses. They're kind of a nice jack-of-all-trades faction that can pretty much teach you, like, any part of High Elves will be able to teach you and be like, okay, you like this unit of High Elves? Here's another faction that has a lot more of that unit, but they're not going to have the other things that High Elves have. If you like the dragons aspect of High Elves, you might find like vampire counts or monster-heavy factions to be more of your style. Maybe lizardmen. If you like the Eagle Claw Bolt Throwers, maybe artillery is more your style. Or the archers, maybe you want to play another elf faction. Maybe you want to play dwarves. All those kinds of things. High Elves are meant to give you a little bit of flavor. What about ranged heavy factions? Those would be like Dark Elves, Skaven, artillery. Not necessarily their ranged. Dwarves, Wood Elves. All of those are ranged heavy factions. Tomb King, no, not really Tomb Kings. That's kind of a hard to say. Are blue skills worth it for lightning strike? I think if you're still learning the game, yes. You should definitely go for lightning strike. I think if you can afford to play on legendary and shit without worrying about lightning strike, then do so. A lightning strike is something that will help you make better strategic decisions and allow you to win battles that you would otherwise lose. But I do think the blue line going into lightning strike is definitely good for sure, especially for like vampire counts, because they can fight smaller armies, heal up, fight smaller armies, heal up, that kind of thing. But yeah, most factions I'd say lightning strike is generally a good thing, but it is kind of like training wheels. I don't like losing campaigns, so I still use them. This is Vortex. This is a learning educational stream, so this is Vortex for now. Tomorrow and the rest of the nights. Oh, it's not gonna read it because it says fucking. Thank you, Seawalk. Thank you for the 1 year, man. Thank you for the tier 2, baby. I appreciate it a lot, man. I appreciate that a lot. Yes, this is Vortex, but this is an educational stream. So the rest of these streams are going to be Mortal Empires after this, showcasing the other factions. Starting, I think, tomorrow with Lizard. I think it's Lizardman. It's whatever faction is after High Elves in the Mortal Empires campaign thing. It might be Dark Elves, actually. I can't actually remember who's next. Anyways, any other questions before I get going? Thank you, Seawalk. I appreciate it a lot, dude. You're keeping my sub count looking healthy-ish, even though I don't deserve it. Going once, going twice, boys. I'm rocking and rolling out of here. If you missed tonight's stream, this will be uploaded to YouTube, and most of the educational stuff was at the very beginning. So if you have any questions about it, by all means, go ahead and check out the beginning first hour and a half or so of the VOD, and I try to talk about pretty much everything. I might have missed some things, and it's probably not the greatest thing since I don't have like a thing reading in front of me about things that I missed. So, anyways, I appreciate it, guys. A couple shout outs before I get going. Jimmy, you're a beautiful man. You're still out there. Thank you so much. If I could spell. Or type, whichever. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs and the resub, man. I appreciate it a lot. You guys should definitely check out Jimmy the Brush. He's an amazing dude. And Arklord, thank you for the host as well, man. Requiem, thank you for 5 months. Curious Nature, thank you for 2 months. Joel, thank you for your Prime for 2 months. A-Rich, thank you for your 11 months. Roy, thank you for your Prime. Warrior, thank you for your Prime. Jimmy, thank you. Mystic One, thank you for the 1,000 biddies. And Seawalk, thank you for the 12 months, man. Appreciate it. Is it always worth confederating, and does it help having AI vassals so you don't have to manage the funds? No, confederation is pretty much always a better option. First of all, vassalization is a difficult process to get done in the first place. And second of all, it leads to some really shitty situations because you're basically a military ally, but not. You don't get a choice. If your ally is or if your vassal is attacked, you have to join war against them. So it's a really shitty way for the AI to drag you into wars that are not the best idea for you. And also, like I said, vassalization is incredibly difficult to pull off. So as much as you possibly can, confederation, you want to control that territory. I had a vassal as High Elves waging war on every single High Elf faction on the island. Yep, that's what happens. We'd much rather be confederating and all that good stuff instead. It's a bad situation that you don't want to get involved with. So, that's it, boys. Thank you guys for watching. Tomorrow, like I said, it'll be Lizardman. It's assuming my internet holds out, by the way. Apparently, it's supposed to rain here like a quarter inch or a half inch or something like that. But we'll see. As much as I can, I will. So, I will see you guys tomorrow. Let me see who is a lovely person that I can host tonight. It seems good. All right, guys. I'll catch you later. Good night, guys.